Good afternoon. We will now convene the regular council meeting of December 1st. We are rising from closed session with the following report. The council direct a single source procurement as per sections 562C and 562D of the purchasing bylaw number 2024-54 for the growth management strategy update to Watson and Associates economists for $88,600 with a net municipal HST of $1,559.36 for a total amount of $90,159.36. And the council direct the transfer of unspent funds from the planning department 2025 contracted services operating budget to the project, and that council direct the transfer of the unspent funds from the planning department 2025 planning and engineering studies employment lands capital budget to the project. Do we need a mover and a seconder for that? Mover and a seconder for those recommendations. Moved by Councilor Nacho, second by Councilor Byrne. All in favor? That is approved. Next item on the agenda is number 7.1 is a resolution to open the public meeting. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councilor Nacho, seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. We'll begin the discussion with the report planning 2025-43. Not sure which in planning. Karen Macelis will direct it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Graham, members of council, members of the public. Today's public meeting is about proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 963 County Road 10. They're located directly across the road from the municipal office and are located in part of Lot 13, Concession 6. On behalf of Vargas P. Inc., Michael Testaguza of the Biglieri Group did submit official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications to the township. These applications do pertain to the lands across the road. The property is about 33.62 hectares in size, or about just over 83 acres. And it has approximately 857 meters of frontage on County Road 10 and approximately 282 meters or 925 feet of frontage on Larmer Line. The site's currently developed with one single detached dwelling, an accessory garage, 2 barns, and 2 electrical transmission towers. The site is subject to 2 easements related to the electrical transmission towers. So if people know across the road, can you flick to the key map, please, Mark? That would help. The transmission towers are located at the north end of the site. It will be attachment 1, sorry. There. And then the next one, attachment 2, would be the air photo. And right at the north end of the site, close to the Larmer Line frontage, is the location of the electrical transmission towers. The official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications were submitted in conjunction with a plan of subdivision application, which was submitted to Peterborough County, and a site plan approval application for the commercial portion of the property, which would be the south end of the property closest to Fallis Line and County Road 10. A portion of the property is affected by a minister's zoning order, and that minister's zoning order does affect the portion of the property at the south end close to Fallis Line. Today's public meeting is restricted to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. In accordance with the Planning Act, there is no requirement for a public meeting for the plan of subdivision application or the site plan approval application. I do suggest to anyone, if they do have comments on either of those applications, they submit comments about the plan of subdivision to Peterborough County Planning Department and submit comments about the site plan approval application to the Township Planning Department. Those comments will be reviewed and considered in subsequent decision-making for those applications. The official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications submitted are required to permit the consideration of a mixed-use plan of subdivision on the property. The plan of subdivision includes 159 lots for single detached residential units, 28 townhouse blocks, and 2 medium-density blocks for a total of 483 residential units. The plan also includes 2 commercial blocks, 2 natural heritage blocks, 1 stormwater management block, and 1 parkland block. Supporting documentation was filed with these applications, and it includes all of the items or the justification that was requested by both the County of Peterborough and the Township during the pre-consultation phase of these applications. The official plan amendment application will change the land use designations on the property from the urban employment area to community commercial, residential, parks and open space, and natural linkage area. It will change the designation from community commercial to residential. It will change the designations from natural linkage area to residential and community commercial. and portions of the site will remain designated community commercial and natural core area. The official plan amendment will also specify that the maximum height for residential uses other than apartment buildings will be 3 stories. Apartment buildings will be permitted up to 4 stories. Medium density development will be permitted on local roads where the local roads provide direct access to collector or arterial roads. Local roads will be permitted to have a minimum width of 18 meters or 59 feet. And the official plan amendment will also recognize that the regulations of the minister's zoning order will prevail should there be a conflict with the township official plan. In addition to the uses permitted in the current community commercial designation, uses such as banks and financial institutions, liquor stores, post offices, personal services, business professional, and medical offices are permitted as a primary use. In addition, dwelling units in a mixed-use building will also be permitted. With the zoning bylaw amendment, changes will be done to the zoning on the property as follows. So certain lands will be rezoned from the urban employment zone, the natural linkage zone, and the community commercial zone to the urban residential 3 exception holding zone and the urban residential 4 exception holding zone. Changes will be made from urban employment and community commercial to the community commercial exception zone and from the urban employment zone to the natural linkage and open space zones. New regulations for the commercial exception zone and the urban residential exception zones are being introduced to create uniform regulations with the MZO that's currently in place. The open space zone is being introduced to reflect the park block and the stormwater management block. The holding provision that will be attached to some of these zone categories will be removed only when the township confirms adequate sanitary and water servicing capacity is available. The holding provision may be removed in phases. So that's a key thing to remember. So the zoning will be put in place should it be approved, but there will be a holding condition attached to ensure that servicing is in place prior to the development of the plan of subdivision. As per the requirements of the Planning Act, notice of today's public meeting was published in the Millbrook Times. We circulated by first-class prepaid mail to all assessed persons within 120 meters of the subject property. We also provided mail copies to certain ministries and agencies that don't have an email address. Notices were emailed to the ministries and agencies, township departments, and the applicant's agent, and signs were posted on the County Road 10 and Larmer Line frontages of the property. So the notice that's been given does comply with the requirements of the Planning Act. From circulation of the notice for today's meeting, we did receive written comments from a number of agencies. Enbridge Gas and Nexicom have no objection to the applications. Canada Post has no objections to the applications, but indicated that the residential component will be serviced by community mailboxes. Apartment buildings with a common indoor entrance must be supplied with postal service at the developer's expense. Peterborough County Public Works indicated that they have no objections, comments, or concerns with respect to the applications. Comments on the proposed development will be provided as part of the plan of subdivision and/or site plan applications. Autonomy Conservation provided comments to Peterborough County regarding the plan of subdivision application. They've indicated that the floodplain delineation and the effects of the development on upstream properties must be addressed. An assessment of the erosion hazard limit needs to be provided, and the proponent must demonstrate that the development will not aggravate existing or create new natural hazards. The Conservation Authority noted that the application has not yet demonstrated that it is consistent with the policies of Chapter 5 of the PPS, referencing natural hazards. The Township Economic Development Coordinator, sorry, Bridget, I'm never sure what your title is. Officials, Economic Development Official indicated that they're getting more requests for commercial space. Existing commercial space in downtown Millbrook is limited. The requests are coming from new businesses and existing businesses looking to expand. Job opportunities with land uses permitted in the community commercial designation, as defined in the official plan, have seen a significant amount of growth over the last 10 years. However, the township should be mindful that the quality of jobs, i.e. wages, are not as high in the commercial sector as opposed to the land uses permitted in the urban employment designation. Projected population growth suggests there's a buying potential to support the uses proposed as part of the applications before you today, and the additional commercial space is welcome. Township Public Works Department staff provided detailed comments about the associated plan of subdivision and site plan approval applications related to road design, servicing, stormwater, and grading. These comments are being reviewed with the Township Development Team and will be presented to the applicants for consideration in the preparation of the second submission documentation. So that was all for ministry and agency comments. Through the circulation, we did receive one written comment from a member of the public. Jane Zednick responded with an email dated November 24th. Key points from her submission include that the applications failed to comply with the PPS regarding complete community because of lack of employment opportunities. There is no confirmation that water and wastewater services will be sustainable because they are dependent on an aquifer for the water supply and an interconnected small tributary for wastewater outflow. The impacts of climate change have not been considered. There is concern about the reduced recharge to groundwater sources. And because the wastewater treatment plant is dependent on Baxter Creek and because of the proposed increase in water taking, the hydraulic connection and impact of continual, prolonged increased water taking must be studied in depth before any approvals. A watershed study of the Baxter Creek watershed and water budget must be undertaken first to ensure a sustainable water supply, not only until 2051, but for decades into the future. Watershed and subwatershed planning provides long-term protection and restoration of water quality, regeneration of land, infrastructure planning, and management of human land use. So in conclusion, we're holding a public meeting today to get public comments. There are a number of issues that need to be addressed. Township staff are in constant contact with the owner's agent on these files, and we will be addressing the comments in an orderly fashion. Having said that, the draft official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment presented today will be revised based on the outcome of a new submission and an addressing of the comments that will be presented to council at a future date. So the recommendations to council today are that council review and consider all verbal and written comments received at today's public meeting. Secondly, that township staff continue to work with the applicants to address the Township of Cavan-Monaghan, Peterborough County, and agency comments. And lastly, that the draft official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment be presented to council at a future date for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. So that's the high-level introductory summary of where we're at. It's very sort of the first public process with regards to the development itself. Just so council's aware, we're going to go to council questions with regards to the report. There is a member that will be speaking to the actual development itself. So development-related questions you might want to just hold on to for the open session commenting portion, because the individual will be making a delegate, like we'll be presenting some materials that might answer some of those questions, and they're probably better to answer some of those questions. But as it comes to the report, now time for council to ask questions with regards to Ms. Ellis. So open for questions, members of council. Council Brent.
Through the chair, after that, I don't know which is right now or never, but there's a roadway plan for behind the basic property as you get closer to Larmer Line, 7th line. It's going to cross over that water course that goes there. There's no reference. Is it going to be a bridge, a box culvert, a series of culverts? What's the plan with that?
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne, I believe it's a culvert.
Well, there you have it. Other questions? Council Brent.
Through the chair to Karen, you made reference to the height limit of being 4 stories if it goes to apartments. Is there any restriction or guideline on how many apartment buildings are going to be erected on this facility, this property?
Ellis.
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne. So right now in our official plan, we have a limit of 3 stories for multi-unit buildings. And with this official plan amendment, that maximum height limit will be extended to 4. In terms of how many units are in each building, I don't know, but Michael may be able to answer that question when he does his presentation.
Yeah, but from a residential component there, they've outlined, at least in this draft of the report, that the units were in the initial summary in the second paragraph there. So there isn't a proposed apartment complex in this development. Yeah. From a if they change the application, yeah, and then they would have to go through that process. But Michael will probably speak to that more if you want to wait and see. But as it stands right now, the application, the content is the content. Other questions, members of council? Go ahead, Rick.
Through the chair, on page 11, 2.8.2, it refers to reappointment or removal of employment lands and added to, who gets to decide that? And at what point in time does the designations change?
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne. So with an official plan amendment application, the applicants have asked the township to consider changing the designations on the property. Ultimately, council has the decision about that application based on comments we've received from the public, based on comments received from ministries and agencies, based on the technical review that staff does. And we will make a recommendation to you, and then you ultimately make the decision. If someone, once you make a decision, let's say you decide to approve it, then your decision then goes to Peterborough County for final approval. If you decide not to approve the official plan amendment application, the applicant has the right to appeal your decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal.
Follow up again.
Through the chair, no separate question. It talks about the sewage, wastewater being available for the commercial side of this. Is it going to be a priority to get the commercial side of it serviced? Or how is that going to work? Is that, because it can't happen till it's there. Which is going to have the priority, the residential or the commercial portion?
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne, the commercial portion is a priority. And if you have specific questions or want details, I would defer to Mr. Hancock to provide that information.
So it's the priority is the commercial, is that the question? Okay, okay. Follow, yep, another question?
Yeah, through the chair, on page 13 and 16 and 17, you referred to some of the possibly features being changed that would affect Baxter Creek. Do they have any kind of overview of what that looks like at this point in time, or is that all down the road to further discussion?
Through you, Mayor Graham, to Councillor Byrne. So with the submission of the application, they did submit an environmental constraints letter, and then they followed that up with an environmental impact study, which outlines or identifies the natural features on site. It identifies what changes are proposed to those natural features and how they are proposed to mitigate them. So some of that information is still in question with Autonomy Conservation, Stantec, who is the peer review consultant for Peterborough County, and township staff. So those are the main issues that we will be dealing with the applicant's agent on moving forward.
And just for clarity to that point and others, like I said, with this is the sort of the kickoff point with regards to input and review. It's not by any means a finished plan of subdivision or, a design as of yet. There's work to be done and due diligence and requirements to be met that aren't as of yet, but that will all be satisfied before it comes forward for council consideration is the intention, correct?
To you, Mayor Graham, and members of council, yes, it's our intention to continue working with the applicant's agent to get all of the questions and issues resolved to township staff satisfaction before we bring it back to council for a recommendation. The order of operations will probably be moving forward that we will come back to you with a recommendation on the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. And we will come back to you at that time with a report regarding the plan of subdivision, outlining the draft plan conditions that staff feel are appropriate that we will then send to Peterborough County once council has made that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Ells. Councilor Nacho?
Thank you, Chair. I know that we'd like a couple of months with the engineers with proposals moving forward for the road, on County Road 10. So can you just explain how the kind of process is going to work as far as the timelines of when the decisions on the road are going to be made? Because obviously we're going to need some kind of final understanding of what the development, I know we have an idea of what the development's going to look like, but the development will be approved by us first, and then that will kind of, the decisions moving forward on the road will be made after that.
Just for clarity, by road council, are you referring to County Road 10? Okay. Celis?
Thank you, Mayor Graham. Thank you for the question. So you are talking about the County Road 10 environmental assessment process. So if I may, can I defer to Wayne to update you on those findings?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Natchoff. Number one, there is a public meeting tomorrow night on County Road 10. That's to further provide information on the alternatives that have been looked at for County Road 10. The intent schedule right now, the intended schedule is to report to local and county council by early January and to come up with their final recommendations on design. The actual timetable for the work on County Road 10 will be subject of the capital program forecast with the county. And they're looking for that program to be certainly within the next 5 years, if not sooner. But there is nothing immediate. So what you will be doing is building to what's existing and of course, completing the EA on the roadway.
Oh, sorry, I was having a little technical difficulties there, but just for clarity, Wayne, I think the consideration with regards to the site plan and the development on this site have been shared with Peterborough County, and the discussions are moving forward with County Road 10. If I'm not, and my memory might be a little sketchy on this one, but I believe in the capital plan for the 2020 the 2020 2032, I believe County Road 10 is scheduled for 2027, 2028. I think initial, probably the design finalization 2027 and then actual construction 2028. But just to, I think what Councillor Natchoff was looking for is the fact that County Road 10 is actually further, will be the build out or the expansion thereof. The works will be probably done prior to the build out of the commercial portion. But they have been in consideration. It's not like you're building a road with a total neglect of all of the things happening on the one boundary of it. So they have been working together and factored into that plan and with the county as well. But maybe if you can speak more to that element of it, Mr. Hancock.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The information both from the developer and the county have been exchanged back and forth. So both are aware of where the study is on County Road 10 and with the development. And certainly they're looking at entrances, they're looking at how the development may take place. They're looking at setbacks along County Road 10. So all that's being taken into account within the study. And the public meeting tomorrow afternoon is tabling some alternatives related to that specific section. So the county and the developer and his consultants have been sharing it probably most recently over the last couple of weeks. So it is readily available. And then the timing, as the mayor has indicated, is tentatively 2027, 2028.
Do you have a follow-up? Okay, I thought it might be. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to members of the public, and as I mentioned, they'll have that presentation as well. Seeing none, I need a resolution to do it. Nope, sorry, with regards to that. So just so members of the public, if anyone's looking to speak to the application, so you just go to the microphone, you give us your name and your address. And you'll hit this little button that you can see is a bit of a struggle for everyone, so don't be self-conscious. So I will, as soon as you see the light go off as I hit it, then you can hit your button and your light should come on if all things go well, and then you can speak to it thusly. So anyone wishing to speak to the application, come forward. Michael, welcome.
Thank you. Oh, that's the red light. We're good. Okay, perfect. I'm just going to wait for the presentation to get up there on the screen. So my name is Michael Testaguza from the Biglieri Group. I'm the planning consultant representing the owner here. I'm going to give a brief overview of this presentation. I'm not going to try to go over many of the things that Karen's already gone over, and I'll try to, at the end, hit any of the questions that aren't necessarily in my slides. So Karen's already talked about the subject site, so I think we can go right past that slide. I think the point of this slide is to say that the subject site is within the Millbrook settlement area already. So the Millbrook settlement area is kind of outlined in yellow there as it's presented in the GMS, and the site obviously being squarely within where the GMS sees the urban boundary over the long term. Next slide. And again, here you see the County of Peterborough official plan and the boundaries of the settlement area with the site kind of squarely therein. So to start off, obviously, when you're looking at the site and driving by it, it may not necessarily present as a site that's in the settlement area. It is, and it's intended for long-term growth. If we can go to the next slide, please. So now we have the official plan and we get into some of the things Karen mentioned here. So the blue is urban employment, which you can see a majority of the site is designated in the current official plan. And then the southern portion has a community commercial designation. So that's where we sit today in the official plan documents. If we can go to the next slide. You'll see the growth management study, which obviously came before council in 2022. and outlines the future direction of these lands as council's kind of signaled it to date. So what we've done there is grayed out some of the items that don't necessarily apply to the site, and in red box the changes that council was envisioning for the site. And really what that is that the northern portion of the site would be redesignated to residential from urban employment, and the southern portion of the site, that community commercial would actually get much bigger. And so the draft plan applications you have in front of you are actually mirroring the recommendations of the growth management study. Of course, part of that growth management study was moving that employment land, which was previously on the site, closer to the 115, which is at the top of that map there, all of that blue up there. And of course, you know, that does align with general good planning principles, with putting those heavier industrial uses further from residents and closer to your major goods transportation network. And changes the province have made, which have further constrained what you can do on employment lands to really heavy industrial, kind of further dovetails into this decision in terms of putting those kinds of uses a bit further from the residential, a bit further from your community centers, and closer to your good movement network. So just moving on from that. The minister's zoning order, just want to give everybody an understanding of where that applies, what the geography is. So the site's outlined in blue here. You could see in the bottom left corner, southwest corner there, a box that's outlined in red with hatching on it. That's the current limit of the minister's zoning order. So it's currently designated in or zoned in that minister's zoning order for commercial uses, but you can see it's only a small section of ultimately what the GMS calls out for that commercial node at the corner. So if we can go to the next slide, what you're seeing here is the zoning as it is today matches the current official plan. Most of the site is M1, which is your employment designation, and the southern strip there is designated for or zoned, sorry, for commercial uses. So on the whole, I hope what you could take away from these slides is there's an existing context there where the site is designated for employment and zoned for employment in the north, and designated commercial and zoned for commercial in the south. But there's a long-term plan here through the GMS to alter the location at a community level of where that employment is going to be on the north side of Larmer Line, and putting additional residential and even more commercial on this parcel. And that's what this application is aiming to do, is to align the planning for this site with what was outlined in the GMS. If I can go to the next slide, please. Let's go to the next slide, actually. These are the statistics, so they'll be there on the record, but this is how you can see it a little bit better. So let me start off by saying north is the left side of this screen, south is the right side of the screen. Obviously, we've rotated it so we can get it as big as possible on this slide. But the bottom right corner is the corner of Falls Line and County Road 10. And so what you see there is a large commercial block, which we've actually taken some creative artistic license maybe relative to the GMS. But what we've done is we've stretched that commercial. So it's the same area, but it's stretched out along County Road 10 to give all that commercial as much frontage and exposure on the county road as possible, and put residential in behind it. We started off when we made these applications, or we're putting them together, with a large commercial block that was deeper, and found that in the end, what you were actually doing was screening and shielding the commercial and giving it less exposure on the county road, also making it harder for people to walk there because it was further in the back. So we've made that revision to the material to have the commercial blocks go right along County Road 10 to give them maximum exposure. Now, with respect to the gross amount of commercial you're going to be looking at here, when both of those two blocks are built out, should be about 160,000 square feet of commercial GFA. And then, as mentioned, over 400 residential units in the fullness of time, with that park being located in the northern portion of the site. Now, about 27% of this site is actually allocated to commercial from a land area perspective. 36 is residential. And then you have 6% park and about 6%, which is natural heritage. We can go to the next slide. Oh, you know what? Sorry. Go back there really quickly. 1 second. Sorry. I just want to point out that in the center of the site, you do see that creek coming through. So that has been buffered with 30-meter buffers from the greater limit of the woodland, a 30-meter setback from the creek, or a 30-meter setback to any wetlands that are occurring in that creek. The obvious exception being the culvert that's got to go through there for road connectivity. And also, frankly, from a servicing connectivity perspective as well. So we did play around with, do we need to bring a road through there? Do we not? Can that portion of the subdivision simply be accessed off of Larmer Line? But there also is a servicing consideration. You need to get the services up there. So you are going to be bringing infrastructure through that corridor one way or another. And at that point, from a transportation connectivity perspective, it's certainly beneficial to have that road connection coming through. If we can go to the next slide, please. This is a zoom in of the commercial block. So what I want to say to the commercial block, and maybe to answer some of the questions here, is certainly the zoning for the residential piece of this site will be subject to a hold. Even if we got the zoning, got the draft plan, it could not proceed, the day after through to detailed design and construction. The commercial portions of the site are not going to be subject to that hold. So even the way we've set up the planning instruments definitely prioritizes construction of that commercial block, which is quite frankly something we want to see at the tail end of 26, starting construction in an ideal world, with opening sometime in 28 at an ideal anyways. So the planning documents have been set up to prioritize and ensure that that commercial goes first. And the site plan application for the commercial is actually already with the township and filed. Next slide, please. This is an image of the official plan amendment. Karen's done a great job of explaining that. But the commercial is in orange there, the residential in yellow. And at the north is that park space in a lighter green. And in the center, you have the dark green, which is the environmental protection area. And south of that, a stormwater management pond, again in light green. Just so you get an idea of the geography and the sizes of all of these uses. Next slide, please. If the zoning is matching this, all I'll say is with respect to the standards that are being put forward for the zone provisions, they're very similar to what was approved through Tower Hill. In fact, they're almost carbon copy. So that is the type of development that you should be expecting that these residential zones are setting up for. Next slide. And again, the draft plan, not to belabor the point, we've spoken about most of its elements. If there's more questions, I'll go back to that. Next slide, please. These are example elevations of what the townhouses look like. Again, you've seen these on the ground in Millbrook already. Next slide shows you an example of the single detached products. Again, you'll be very familiar with these. So I won't belabor them or stay on them, but want this in the public record just so members of the public flipping through later know exactly what they should be envisioning. Next slide, please. Okay. And this is my wrap up slide in terms of the best case scenario. Our hope is to, facilitate approvals of this in 2026 and then proceed to construction through 27 and 28 so that hopefully those commercial users are operating at that time. Now, let me just go and see if there's anything else I can clarify. So with respect to the apartment buildings, and the answer there, so we have 2 medium density blocks. And so the question was how many buildings, right? Not how high necessarily, but also how many. And that's actually going to necessarily be constrained by the size of blocks and land we're giving over to that type of use and zoning for that kind of use. So right now, we've done some preliminary massing. It could fit up to 3 buildings. One is set up a little bit further north and one along the county road. So right now, just based on the size of the blocks, you would not see more than 3 4-story apartment buildings. Currently, the way the draft plan is set up. With respect to, okay, we talked about commercial being prioritized, so we had that discussion. The environmental features, so certainly we've had that discussion to a certain degree. We are still working with Orca and the county with respect to the environmental impact study and the floodplain study. I've had those conversations with my counterparts on the environmental and the servicing side. They don't see, quite frankly, significant revisions being made to the DPS in that regard. Just more details needing to be provided to those agencies so they could sign off. There is a headwater drainage feature running through the center of the site. That, in essence, is basically a low point where there's water going through in the spring, in essence, with some wetland, vegetation, but primarily doesn't actually serve a habitat purpose. So the idea is to compensate for that with wetland relocation on a 2-to-1 basis. So, and locate that in the actual natural heritage system so that it's actually serving a benefit from a species perspective. And again, it'll be 2 times bigger than the feature plus its buffer, if that makes sense. So we're talking about the feature 30 meters away from the feature, taking that land area and then doubling it and putting it in the actual natural heritage network, and then controlling and making sure that we provide infiltration so that we're feeding the creek with the same amount of water so that we're not harming the creek in terms of that headwater drainage feature and the water that goes to it. So there has been a lot of thought about that, but we're going to keep working with Orca and with the county's peer reviewer to make sure that we hit all the fine points on that. And then lastly, with regards to County Road 10, certainly, as Wayne mentioned, the public meetings tomorrow, we are certainly following that with very much interest. But ultimately, the draft plan, which is kind of a point of discussion today, does make the land allowance for the road widening that's going to be required to set up for that construction. So there is an intention along the county road frontage to give land to the county such that they have the room they need to put in the ultimate design and even probably, obviously, their interim design as well. So that has been considered in the draft plan in terms of the land to be conveyed. And then the access points are being considered in the site plan application. So as we continue to coordinate with the county on that EA, we're trying to be nimble and being able to move those accesses to where the county would like to see them to make sure County Road 10 functions properly. That is hopefully an answer to all the questions and some good information, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Answered all the questions so far. You've got that right for sure. So anyways, open to members of council for questions. Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair. Great presentation, Michael. Thank you. And we've been through this a few times now, so kind of got the ducks in a row for most of the part, and we're getting there. A couple questions for you. First one being the stormwater management pond. How does the development that's north of the creek drain? Like, it obviously can't drain through a creek to a pond. So how does that get handled? And then the second part of it is, I believe the northeast corner, there's still more residential area available within our the Millbrook catchment area, or whatever you want to call it, settlement area. But I didn't see any provision for any roads going across to it. And I don't know whether that was a consideration or not. Anyway, thank you.
Certainly. Thank you for those questions. So I am going to answer the question on the stormwater pond and then caveat it with I'm not an engineer. My understanding is that's another reason for that road connection through is that the storm sewers will be running in that right of way. So the stormwater will be directed to a series of storm sewers, which will direct the water in the entire northern area, let's say, through the storm sewers that are crossing the creek into the storm pond, and then from the storm pond at a controlled rate back into the creek, rather than having 2 municipal ponds that are smaller, more maintenance. And again, you're taking advantage of that creek crossing that needs to be there from a sanitary and water service perspective to get the services up there. You're having the storm come back the other way. That's my understanding. What I'm going to do, though, is clarify and confirm that that's correct with Valdor. And if I am wrong, I will send an email to Wayne through to yourselves and just correct that on the public record, but I'm fairly certain. Secondly, the lands to the east are shown as future residential in the GMS, absolutely correct. We have made allowances for lots that frankly are 18 meters wide and line up with our road pattern to allow for an easy switch and an easy ability to connect east if that's required. And happy to kind of take that comment and kind of continue to work through it.
Thank you for that. Councilor Brink.
Through the chair, you mentioned and touched on there the high visibility of the retail and commercial being, I can see that being important, but it didn't really outline the access part because the County Road 10 is still a main thoroughfare north-south. It's more a thoroughfare than it is a driveway into different facilities. Is that going to be limited, that the there'll be certain road accesses to get back into these retail little blocks?
Certainly, yes. Thank you for the question. Actually, I do think we have the commercial site plan on here, so it might be worth having that image up while I speak to it. It's about halfway through. Maybe I can tell you exactly which page. I think if you go to, oh, there you go. That's a better version of it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just needed to zoom out. Okay, so currently that block, the way it's designed is going to span from Fallis Line in the south to an extension of Highland Boulevard in the north. So it's actually set up to have roads on, and then we have an internal road actually at the back there too. So it's actually completely covered by 4 different road frontages. The benefit to that from a commercial perspective is it's going to have a full moves access off Highland roads and a full move access off of Fallis, such that you don't have to have 6 entrances on the county road where you're going to have people stopping and starting. The intention right now is to have one right in, right out access closer to Fallis Line to get you in and out of that gas station that's kind of proposed for the frontage there. And then a second full moves access lined up with the municipal access already, so that we're creating a nice, clean kind of condition where you have an access aligned with the municipal access. And then otherwise, everybody's going in and out from actually Fallis or Highlands.
Thanks for that, Michael. One consideration, and I was speaking with planning a little bit earlier about this, is just I think one item of concern or just for feedback for consideration as we work through the draft plan is, depending on which updated mapping that you're looking at, I think there's, potentially upwards of 3 to 4 different drive-through locations in there. And, I know we've had issues and discussions with that in the previous term of council about, about matching the community composition and stylistically and things like that. And I think I think I speak for a number of people, including myself, that, there's concerns about that density of that type of commercial entity. I know that those are the easiest to cultivate potentially demands, and usually the larger, corporations potentially. But, I think if there could be some consideration, while we're at that draft plan, I don't know, like you said, not all drive-throughs are the same. I mean, there's been, decades of talk about a financial institution. A lot of those have a drive-through. So that would maybe put people on a bit more of a taller fence with leaning one way or the other. But I think I just wanted to express the consideration, because we don't have site plan control and get to have that back from a council standpoint, that we want to I wanted to express that as my opinion. And I know a number of other individuals as well that I've spoken to about commercial development, that there is that concern. And I think the secondary concern, or maybe probably 1A and B, would be, sort of the competition with the existing, commercial enterprises in the municipality. I know, there's inevitable, some overlap and things like that, but just a sensitivity and just expressing that comment that we're not trying to cannibalize, assets and operations that we already have where possible. So just consideration of those 2 points, I think would be, at least I wanted to say, at least have my satisfaction of making those comments known, regardless of, what a new way it comes to be. But just so you're aware that those are 2 sensitive components to consider in the commercial. Other questions? Councilor Nacho?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just trying to pull this a little bit close. There we go. Just a couple. So you had mentioned with the apartment buildings, are the apartment buildings going to be rental, or are they going to be like for sale condos?
So at this point, very early days. Right now, from a planning perspective, all we're doing is creating the future property of land and setting up a zoning to allow for that type of development. But we're very early days. I haven't had that conversation at all with my client. Sorry.
Thank you, through Chair. So if that be the case, is there going to be any consideration for, if it is rental, that it will be geared to income or anything for seniors related? Given the fact that I'm assuming that the single detached homes and all the other homes are going to be expensive, that in some case or another, I know across the province, it's great that we're planning and building, but it doesn't seem like any builders are in any way motivated to want to put anything in, whether it's 5% of the build towards something geared to income. So if that can be taken in for consideration and maybe included in what you're proposing, I think would be appreciated by a lot of different people.
Absolutely, completely understood. I've taken a note. Like I said, we're early days on this, so I hate to say I don't have the answer twice, but I don't have the answer to that one. What I would say from my experience generally is a lot of apartment buildings right now are actually going the route of actually seniors housing. It's a growing market just based on, where the housing market is right now. And typically, and again, I'm not an architect, so I'm going to qualify this even more. But four-story buildings fall under a part of the code where there is a minimum requirement for accessibility. And typically will require an elevator as well. And so the product and the market tend to align, or they seem to be in alignment at this point. So there's lots of work to do. We got to build the commercial first, remove H's, build a lot of roads, but then we're probably many years away from seeing those site plans come in. But the market certainly is directing kind of similar to where you're hoping to see it go.
Yeah, and I can speak to a little bit of that. I think it's important to just remember that, like, from a builder standpoint, they don't provide the servicing of that business enterprise, right? Like, it's this, they are literally in the design and build out. And so we're having, as a municipality, lots of conversations. To Michael's point, there's been a number of, introductions made and conversations sought about various supports and companies in that space, whether it's senior or RGI, which is normally through Peterborough Housing Corp, which, I'm on the board of, and we're always having conversations about kind of liaising with different developers in the communities, because what Peterborough Housing is experiencing is that the cost for them to manage building is exponentially higher than to partner from a purchasing standpoint with developers that are in the game and can build at a far more affordable cost than they could ever. So we're having a lot of conversations in the strategic planning for those agencies and at the county as well about how we can sort of make introductions to get units online and capacity to serve those, higher acuity residents in all the communities across the county. And it's not by, the proliferation of us trying to be builders. It's the connection between the two. But we are working with Big Lea area as well. And there's been lots of conversations back and forth with different providers who might be able to bridge that gap between the actual construction and then the ongoing maintenance and management of those sorts of properties in the township. So it's great to hear that there's finally an uptick in fervor conversations, but we still need to get it across the finish line. So I'm sure Michael will be ready to work with us on that too, no doubt. Other questions, members of council? Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair. I guess more a clarification than anything else. From the commercial aspect of this, as a developer, do you just build and hope people come, or is there consultation that takes place in the, prior to building? Or, like, are you just laying out a canvas and somebody that is in the commercial real estate agent or business comes in, purchases it, constructs what they want to construct within consult? I'm just curious on how the site gets developed and the concepts of what's there. Are they prepackaged? Are you consulted somebody already? Just can you explain how commercial development evolves? Thank you.
Certainly happy to give, I guess, from a planning perspective, how it comes out on my end of things. So typically when I'm doing a residential subdivision, we will have a builder who knows the product they want to build, and we liaison with the town to make sure that the zoning sets that up and, the roads are appropriately sized, et cetera, and off we go. When we're doing a commercial development, we add in the additional layer. We need to know, and the developer needs to know, that the tenants who are going to be in that commercial development are going to be satisfied with that site plan, because site plan is a binding contract ultimately that goes on the land. So, if the commercial development doesn't meet their exact needs, their tenant fit up specs, how they want to see the drive aisles, it simply doesn't work, and you don't get that tenant. Now, of course, the tenants need to be working with the municipality. And so there's, a three-way Venn diagram instead of a two-way. And we have to find the place of compromise between all three. So typically what we've been experiencing on this site is actually making the draft plan, zoning, and subdivision applications, because that's a two-way conversation. And then a month or two later, making the resubmission for the commercial, because we need to get the commercial tenants on board, make the minor changes they need, such that that site plan works for the major tenants that are coming in there. And of course, there will be smaller spaces that need to be filled out, but you want to make sure your major anchor tenants are satisfied with how that plan is developed.
Follow up?
So follow up to that, thank you, Chair. I guess in that case are there tenants present today, or are you using kind of, the best guess scenario of what would satisfy a tenant in terms of your site planning right now?
Certainly. So there are numerous tenants that my client's in conversation with. As far as I know, none of them are completely signed up on the dotted line because the site plan's not approved yet. And there's a funny dance between those two people where, they'll go so far down the road with you, but you need your zoning in place, you need your site plan in place to get everybody signed up. So I can't say any names right now, but yes, there are more than 3, I would say, large anchor tenants already in discussion for this site and actively commenting on everything we provide.
Counselor Byrne, and then I'll come back to Counselor Nash.
Through the chair, so as that infilling happens, is there any criteria if one of the big players wants to be at the north end of the section and one wants to be at the south end? Is that a problem at all? And the other thing I'm curious about, and I don't even know if you can answer, from the owner's point of view, and some of it's regulated by the Ontario government, I understand, but is there a bigger gain for residential compared to some other development?
So with respect to the north and the south, I mean, that's a kind of conversation that happens through through my client with those commercial developers. But as far as I understand right now, they've sorted that out and everybody, that they're discussing knows where they're going. But yeah, it's an early stage conversation. I think we're well past that point. We've developed the first submission. Everyone was relatively happy with that. What we're doing now is fine tuning that first submission to address comments, to address the ongoing EA process and fine tune the site plan just such that it integrates with the comments and the EA. And that integration continues to work for the tenants, but their placement on site has been kind of it's an early days conversation, if that makes sense. And sorry, I'll confess, with respect to residential versus other, I just a little bit more clarity on that one.
Through the chair, no, I'm just wondering, from a financial point of view, is there more emphasis for the owner to look at expanding one as compared to the other?
Oh, understood. Sorry, my apologies. With respect to that, I mean, at this point, we're primarily following the GMS and taking our cues from that, if that makes sense. So certainly financially, that makes sense for my client, which is good. One of the things that's could be problematic in the land use planning game is when you don't have alignment between where the municipality sees something going and what makes sense from an economic perspective. Thankfully, in this instance, obviously, that's the direction from the GMS that we're following, which does work. So I hope that kind of makes sense and answers the question.
Other questions? Counselor Natchoff. Yes, I didn't forget.
Thank you through you, Chair. Just to circle back once more to the mayor's point about, trying not to cannibalize the commercial businesses that already exist down in the bottom of the hill. I know that you said you couldn't name the businesses that are interested potentially with the builders. Can you name the industries that they are?
Trying to think and walk that line very finely. Certainly the intention right now is to have a gas station and car wash. There's some quick service retail components. There's some grocery and pharmacy components that are in play. I think those are the major types of uses.
Follow up?
So more or less, you've listed every business that's at the bottom of the hill. And I, as a business owner at the bottom of the hill, have a lot of trepidation and I understand development is going to happen. Why would you not want to put a commercial to benefit the top of the hill? But I can, kind of read the tea leaves. And I think this could be the proliferation of commercial in the downtown at the expense of the pre-existing businesses. So not super jazzed about the sounds of where this is going.
There's certainly, and completely understand the comment for sure. I guess one of the things I would say to that is the intention, the built form is different, if I could say it that way, in terms of the square footage, the typologies. The kinds of things that would be happening in this type of a built form don't necessarily fit in the downtown and vice versa to a certain degree. So, I mean, there's lots of communities, you know, that maintain that successful downtown and still have different types of users up here, but completely understand the commentary as well.
Follow-up questions? If not, thanks, Michael. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the presentation to walk us all through it, and we'll see you again, I'm sure. Other members of the public wishing to speak to the report and application, come to the microphone. Mr. Steele, go ahead.
Al Steele, 1622 Tapley Quarter Line. I think this has been a great discussion. It's not one that I've asked the question before, what is the bigger picture? And I think that many people have brought out the point, and I'm just trying to understand from Michael. I take it that this is professional and retail side of the business. So that's the commercial. There's nothing in light manufacturing or anything else that's anywhere alongside of this. So it's, I would say the job skill set is in not skilled side of things. So from that point of view, I think that there needs to be an understanding of the bigger picture, because isn't there a strip mall further along on Fallis that's being planned? How it fits into this whole thing, and further, I see a shake of a head. I thought, okay. So this is the main core of retail professional that will be in the settlement area.
Okay, Ms. Ellis, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor Graham, to Mr. Steele, members of the public. So with the community commercial that's proposed across the road, it is intended to provide commercial opportunities on a little bit larger scale than what we traditionally see downtown. So downtown, this, as Michael indicated, there tends to be smaller footprint, more boutique-y type stores. Even with the grocery store, we have a very nice grocery store, but it's smaller. And when you start adding in the development of Tower Hill South, the Tower Hill North, CSU, Vargas, and across the road, that small square footage isn't going to address the needs of the community. So what is happening across the road is intended to function as providing some options for commercial opportunities, some potential office space for services like potentially a medical clinic, doctor, dentist, you know, even office space for a professional engineering firm, things like that, that do provide good paying jobs in service to members of the community. And secondly, to your previous comment about the strip mall on Fallis Line, I can tell you that in the CSU and the Vargas South subdivisions, there are 2 blocks for commercial mixed use. So there will be a mixture of some commercial and some residential. They're not intended to provide big commercial space for like a humongous pharmacy or something, but I think they're intended to provide commercial opportunity that would provide service to locals in that particular development.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Steele, if I was unclear. There, when you said mall or strip mall, there isn't that, but there is mixed use on certain main floors and certain facilities. You're absolutely right in that regard. So sorry about the miscommunication.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I was reading things right. However, we've seen these type of developments, and coming from Pickering, I can say that you go along Kingston Road, you can see a few spaces or a few stores there, a few stores there, a few stores there, and everybody hopping in cars and moving from one to the other. So, but by and large, this is the retail section by size that we're looking at talking about. for the township?
Through you, Mayor Graham, members of council, members of the public, and Mr. Steele. So what's across the road has been designated community commercial since we did the new official plan that got approved in 2015. So it was always envisioned as a place for larger format retail opportunities and business opportunities like a drive-through. I think most people who are familiar with downtown Millbrook see that the downtown area does not really facilitate very well a drive-through or anything that relies to a large extent on outdoor storage or relies on car traffic. It is very much smaller footprint. It's geared to pedestrian traffic to a large extent. And we want to keep that. We have very strong official plan policies that indicate that maintaining our downtown core and facilitating new business and improvements is a priority for us. In that official plan, we extended the opportunities for retail and business opportunities out to the west of the traditional downtown to provide a wider range of opportunity. But we know that there are some uses that cannot be accommodated downtown, and that's why the lands across the road were designated. So things like a bigger grocery store or things that require outdoor storage, things that you really need a car to, like the business kind of opportunities are automobile related. So that's what we're trying to do. But we are in a period of transition. We are growing a lot. There's going to be a lot of new people who are looking at new, we need more variety and a larger square footage for some of these business opportunities. So that's the intention of designating lands across the road on a major arterial that are still somewhat easily accessible to members of the entire community.
And don't get me wrong, I'm a pro development, but pro plan development side of things. And as you start to talk about downtown versus this specific one, and I understand from your prelogue of this, it's really looking at this meeting to be the discussion around the change of zoning for not the approval of site plan. So my question would be, at that time, at the time the site plan, is there another public meeting to have a discussion about that?
Through you, Mayor Graham, members of council, to Mr. Steele and members of the public, there is no public meeting requirement for site plan approval applications. So there is no opportunity for members of the public to comment on a site plan application. If you have comments, though, we are happy to consider them. So please write them down and send them to the planning department and we will consider them. I've offered that opportunity for others as well. But just to make everything clear for everyone, so site plan approval is a delegated authority in Cavan-Monaghan. So that means the application comes to staff, we circulate, we process, and we circulate to like the Conservation Authority, Peterborough County as required, and we circulate internally. So we take all of those comments and then the planning department staff will do a report and make a recommendation, and the CAO has delegated approval authority.
So just to be clear, just for clarification on that, maybe you can speak to this, Ms. Hurley. Like, this is a reality of provincial legislation changes. This isn't the direction of the municipality. Ms. Ellis or Ms. Hurley?
To you, Mayor Graham, members of council. So council approved a delegation of authority bylaw. So it's not a requirement of the province. This is a choice that we made in an effort to expedite matters and not be, curtailed by the council schedule so that we could keep things rolling.
Okay, well, there's definitely something we should think about then.
So basically today, we're saying this is a commercial and it can change in any size, any use, as long as it falls within the township's bylaw for use of property in urban commercial.
Through you, Mayor Graham, to members of council, members of the public, and Mr. Steele. Yes, so this site plan will be revised based on comments we receive. We will be evaluating this application in terms of the minister's zoning order that's in place on a portion of the land. So that, and there are permitted uses and regulations attached to that minister's zoning order. We will also be looking at the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment that we are considering today, which outline regulations and permitted uses. In addition, there's also other policies in the official plan which speak to community commercial architectural guidelines. We will be looking at parking requirements, loading space requirements, landscaping, lighting, signage, all of the things that we normally look at that we have existing regulations and policies relating to. So we are trying to do our very best to recommend approval of those applications that we feel meet our current planning context in terms of what people in Cavan Monaghan have told us when we did the new official plan and when we did our new zoning bylaw.
So then from Michael's conversation or approval, these are professional, retail and personal services spaces that it's going to be built out with. So servicing the community, these, more or less. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Al. Other members of the public wishing to speak? Mr. Paulus, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council, staff, your presenter. I'm here today. Well, thank you for the public meeting, and I appreciate the fact that you do try to get delegates in, not necessarily comfortable, but once in a while. Sorry, louder, I guess. I was pleased to hear Councilor Natchoff and you refer to the necessity of affordable housing. And I'd forgotten about the discussion about drive-throughs and things in the township, but it kind of brought a tear to my eye because we used to worry about cars running while they sat in drive-throughs. But the reason I'm here is more to question the MZOs. Not that we can do anything about them, but from the conversation about the affordable housing, it indicates to me that that wasn't included in the MZOs as important. So it falls to you people and senior of the city to deal with that one. The other side, when I've been hearing comments from the federal government, seems to be about cutting development charges, which concerns me, because I don't think even when I was on council, I was aware we were responsible for hospitals unless we can convince the province they should continue. It's my understanding now that we are, so I'd be happy to be corrected on that. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Ellis, would you like to speak to that, or Ms. Hurley, maybe? I'm not sure.
Through you, Mayor, to members of council, I am not really sure, to be honest.
Well, we can take that back and I can circle back with you, John, with regards to that, because, and we are next year updating the DC bylaw as well. So things have changed about 5 times in regards to DCs since I've been around in the last 7 years. So who knows what will still be there and what will still be eligible and how we'll be able to redeem it at the next iteration in the next few months.
I don't feel so lonely if nobody else knows either. So thank you for that one. I guess the other, I guess we sometimes disagree about the desirability about development, because I question that whole thing, does growth pay for growth or not? But you have been fortunate enough to have had some experience with growth and so I guess the question I would ask, are you seeing that when you start collecting taxes, the higher density or the lower density within the residential areas are more beneficial to the township? Or, sorry?
So we haven't had the benefit of many actually, density residential as of yet, right? A lot of them are still planned for these developments, so I can't really speak to that. Ms. Pope, would you like to speak to any of the financial components of Mr. Follis's question? And John, just before I forget, just at the end or maybe next time, just name it and address, just for Cindy's purposes. Sorry about that.
Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Fallis. Can you just clarify your question though with regard to the property taxes?
Yeah, so the idea is, when it comes time to providing services, I guess when you're collecting garbage, you get less stops in, say, an apartment building. Longer distances on the roads, it's more expensive out in the rural areas. And so depending on the services you're providing, there's different impacts. Certainly when it comes time to replacing pipe services, the more people per kilometer, the more shared the price is, therefore lower impact. But like there are so many different services that you're providing. I certainly don't have the answer. I've heard theories, but anyway, I concede your point that you haven't had enough experience yet. John Follis, 531 Follis Line. So, and I guess the other area, which my perception is the province has not gotten any more generous as far as covering some of the costs that they may have covered before and reduced or there's a lot of pressure to find spaces for housing, and I'm quite aware of that. And so if you're not allowed to collect the development charges, one would have hoped that perhaps there would be some other concessions. So please make me an optimist and tell me something good, and I'll wait for your answer.
Well, I can try. So John, you and I have had conversations about the development charges. It's really there's a lot of moving parts that is going on within the province, even in the last 2 terms, and we're yet to see really, I think, what the big changes for this term will be. There's lots of rumors and gossip. Maybe Roma will tell us a little bit about what we can expect on the horizon. In regards to the density conversation, I think the underlying principles, and I don't know if I have the answer yet, does growth pay for growth? I tend to be a pessimist on that one too. But that doesn't change the requirements that are, handed down from the province mount when it comes to saying, hey, here's your growth, figure it out. So you're kind of stuck in the seas. Sometimes they're rockier and sometimes they're calmer. But fiscally, it's one of those wait and sees. And we have had the benefit recently of some infrastructure grants that have come from the province that you can't really forecast and you can't really guarantee on, but there's been significant provincial investment in the municipality when it comes to offsetting the cost of that infrastructure. As you're probably aware, back when you were brief and a member of council, from a growth standpoint, the immediacy impact from our standpoint on the levy is what a 0% increase would yield towards the future year or the current year in revenue. So we're seeing about a $3,000 dollar increase in what we would retain from a 1% increase. We're up to about 124,000 for every 1% of the levy we increase. Doesn't sound like much, but every little bit counts when you're trying to procure and trying to develop. We are still eligible to collect development charges, and the new developments that we're seeing those costs for that infrastructure are borne by the developers. So that still is still the ground beneath our feet at this point in time, but I'm not a betting man on that. There's already been adjustments to phasing, right? When we talk about the requirements for phasing in development payments versus all of it one sum. So even the context by which we forecast when we're going to receive for the existing developments or the future developments as they come online has changed. And development charges are the one element that municipalities are able to go into a deficit on, understanding that the forecast and they will be accrued in time. So it's a little bit, there's a little more flexibility when it comes to development charge accumulation and utilization when it comes to municipalities, but you're seeing, if without growth, you don't have anything to offset the existing costs. And as you're aware, a lot of the capital budgets in the next 5 years, as we've expedited the water main replacements due to the ongoing breakage that we've had, that's not development charge eligible in the vast majority of it. That's existing infrastructure that was bestowed to the township, the 50 years or so ago when it was given to us, and we're still collecting now. Thankfully, I think if you were a ratepayer in the older village, let's call it that way, without any prejudice, there's a big benefit to the cost being shared on all the users that are on the system now. There are more users contributing that fixed cost to all of the infrastructure that exists, because as we know, when there's a main break on Dufferin Street, it affects all users regardless of when you moved in or how long you've been around. So that's the shared cost that the municipal water system has and its benefit of. And I can tell you that from the density, we're seeing a lot more, we have new infrastructure that is not going to be, a burden for quite some time, other than what the normal course of deterioration would be from a water servicing standpoint. So the less of that infrastructure we require by facilitating, as the province has directed, density of growth, there's less infrastructure just by length that's necessarily required. It doesn't mean there's not other parts of pumping stations and things like that. But the other reality from a planning horizon is, almost the entirety of the village of Millbrook at the low point is under floodplain. There are huge constraints to developing down there, which we've been confronted with. And now that we have the new dam, I think, that regardless of how you feel about the municipal cost of that dam, it does help, but it doesn't change the floodplain mapping that is very restrictive. And the fact that, there is not areas within the village in the valley that can facilitate or host growth. As you can see in the mapping that was up there, one of the more developable parcels could be a portion of that jail property, but as all of us are well aware, most of us are well aware, we don't own it. And we're still waiting for our turn to potentially talk about any utilization there. So because of the provincial, rules about where we can allocate growth, you have to allocate it in proximity to a service settlement area, upwards of 90-95%. So you're really hamstrung. And that's, I think, a part of the benefit, kind of what Al was talking about, is why you've developed. There's no intention and no direction. I'm not sure if it's prohibited, but when it comes to where you put your more industrial manufacturing base, it's not supposed to go in close proximity to residential. And whether that changes, and we're talking about a really evolving manufacturing space as well. It's not all, it's not necessarily, big plants and things like it used to be. But so you're trying to really navigate a lot of different legislation that confines and restricts where you can put whatever you want to put there. And these sorts of applications are how we try to get there. So, but thanks for your comments. Other comments, members? If not, we will close. Yep, going once, going twice. Sold. Okay, very good. Thank you for all those comments. Karen's made note of those, and we'll continue to move forward. Michael, thank you for the presentation again. Now we have another few considerations of the report, and I understand Councilor Natchat has a question.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just a question for staff. I was wondering if at any time anyone has conducted either through economic development or the planning department, some kind of contact with the businesses at the bottom of the hill, and to have them aware that no one's notified me as a business owner of what the intention is that's going to happen up here. And I know the grapevine being the grapevine, you're going to get a lot of misinformation spread around as to what's happening. So I was if it hasn't been done, my hopes are maybe that someone from economic development or from the planning department can reach out to each of the respective businesses in the downtown to get their feedback and make them kind of more aware of what is the intentions of what's going to happen at the top of the hill. And then secondly, if it is at all in any way possible that the township's able to conduct some kind of survey with the people in the community, or in some capacity or another, to get we have a great turnout of what there is today, but I don't think this is maybe necessarily reflective. And I know we're having, tomorrow is going to be an opportunity for the community to speak, but this is a really big decision to be made by council on what's happening. And I understand it's going to be moving forward. I just, I want the businesses, I don't want the businesses to come back and say that they weren't made aware of what potentially is going to happen down the road to everything.
So, Ms. Ellis, just before you go, just, I think it's just important to remember, like, this is the draft plan that brings it to life and gives it air. So we haven't been able to pre-convene any conversations or interpretation or even share anything publicly until we get to the draft plan. So that's really where we're at today. But we also have to keep in mind, there are limitations with what you can manifest. Like, this is just like a property owner wants to come forward and build a garage on their property. If it meets the requirements and specifications, that they can do that by right. And so there's a balance there. There's not the ability to, manifest and provide these minutia controls that we might think there is, and a lot of people do, but there aren't. But I'm not going to go on any further, Ms. Ellis. You can do it better than I can.
Thank you, Mayor Graham. To members of council. So there has been no specific outreach to members of the BIA. So on this application, because planning department felt it was a community application, we did publish notice in the Millbrook Times. So people have been made aware. There is all of the information is available on the township website and the Peterborough County website. So anybody can go on and look at any of the supporting documentation, the notice of public meeting, and we will continue to accept comments for a little while. I will also remind everyone that there is a portion of the property that is already designated community commercial, and there is an approved MZO on it that outlines what the permitted uses are and what the regulations are attached to those permitted uses. So yes, we are rearranging the site a little bit. Yes, there is more residential. Yes, there is more commercial, but this cannot be a surprise to very many people because it has been in the works for a number of years. And I think, I don't want to speak for Bridget in economic development, but I can tell you from a staff perspective, we are struggling a little bit that people are looking for space and we don't have the space to offer them. And we would like to have their business and we need their business, but we need to find a suitable space to house them. And downtown, I can tell you from a planning perspective, we are struggling a lot with what to do with the main floor of the downtown stores because we have lots of people who want to do personal services, but right now we have a prohibition that it has to be retail. Personal services should go upstairs or on Center Street because we want to maintain that retail component. But do we stick to that gun and have a vacant space? Do we cave in? So we are constantly talking about what is best for those spaces for us, and would love anybody's feedback on how we should go. But I'm just suggesting that we are happy to answer questions if anybody wants to come up and talk about it and show them the plans and answer any questions for sure. But these applications are manifesting the direction that the township has kind of set out years ago.
Follow up, Councilor Nash.
Thank you through you, Chair. Thank you. Just to speak on behalf of the business owners in the downtown, and I appreciate that this is what it's going to be. With what you just specifically said about services, professional services in the main downtown, I know that it's my responsibility sitting on council to try to work with staff so that we can resolve the parking issue in the downtown so that we'll best serve all of the businesses within the BIA. And I think that in some ways, the optics of that problem not being addressed while we're moving forward with having a new commercial place at the top of the hill is, I hear that from fellow staff, and as I'm sure you guys do as well. And I know that it's my role on council to try to come up with what's the solution that can be done. And we're very much like limited in what we have available, that what we can do. I think the optics of it all just kind of is looking at like, this is going to be the sacrificial lamb. And I don't want that to be the case in the downtown, but there we are. Sorry, not really a question.
No, I think I understand the frustration, and to a point, it's just, like I said, I would take a little bit issue. We are pursuing, and there's also not consensus on a parking issue and the extent of a parking issue. So that's one thing that I think needs to be consideration, but with all the things going on in the downtown, I think that from my conversations with staff about various development, there is a conscientiousness about parking constraints and issues. And there are things that I think we are going to be able to do. It doesn't change it overnight. It doesn't create more spaces on the street the length that it is. So we'll have to work on that and keep that top of mind when continuing the other development plans as we move forward, for sure. Thank you, Ms. Ellis, for that. Other questions? If not, there are three recommendations in the report: that council review and consider all verbal written comments received at the public meeting, that the township staff continue to work with the applicants to address the township of Cabot, Monaghan, Peterborough County and agency comments, and that the draft official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment be presented to council at a future date for consideration. And mover and seconder for that, moved by Councilor Burns, second by Deputy Mayor Huntley, all in favor. That is approved. Thank you everyone for coming and speaking to that. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation again, and John and Al for your comments. Moving on. Oh, sorry. Just go right. Now we need a resolution to close the public meeting, moved by Councilor Burns, seconded by Councilor Edgerton, all in favor. That is approved. Presentation to council. Switching gears quickly, we have a staff recognition to make note of. I can't see him. He's just obstructed, but Mr. Phillips is here. Yeah. Who is someone, I'm speaking to this? Well, I'm happy too. Mr. Phillips, well, pack a lunch. Okay, no, with all due respect, Kyle has a very difficult job in the township and he does it very, very well. And I think we all, there's not many people that I've talked to that have had to cross paths with Kyle that haven't done so and come away with a great respect and a great appreciation for the professionalism and hard work that that he brings to the community. And lending his vocal talents to certain community events doesn't hurt either. So thankful for your 15 years of service. And if you'd come and join me, we're just going to take a photo as I give you this certificate. That's okay. Yeah, thank you, Kyle. We also have two more presentations, and we'll try to be quick and brief, but we do have two check presentations to some local agencies that we annually support. Both the Millbrook and District Food Share and the Millbrook Agricultural Society. So Tamara, we'll do Tamara first for the check presentation, and then we'll get Mr. Lang to come up after. Okay, but would all the council like to join us for this photo, please, just up by the flag? Okay, I think the photo op's out of the way now, but we do have two more presentations to review. Joanna Park from Baker Tilly is presenting the 2024 Consolidated Financial Statement and Audit. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me today. In your packages, you have the financial statements along with the post-audit letter. This presentation summarizes those two items, but happy to address any questions that I don't speak to specifically during this. On the next slide, we just give you a snippet of the auditor's report. This is the opinion paragraph. This is what you'll see when you do open the financial statements. It's the second paragraph. It's a clean auditor's opinion. In our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the township at December 31st, 2024. Just a reminder, they are consolidated financial statements. It has the results and operations of the township along with the libraries and the BIA. The next slide, we're required to let council know what we do as part of our audit. We review the council minutes, the open and the closed sessions to make sure anything that's financial is represented appropriately within the financial statements. We do lots of testing, substantive testing, looking at management's estimates and analytical reviews. We look at your various systems, the money coming in, the money coming out, and looking at the internal controls. And if we had any internal control issues or things where they could be strengthened, we would bring them to the finance team along with yourself too. But we don't have any at this moment. You have a strong system of internal controls, so that's good. The following slide, the audit is complete pending the signed representation letter, which will happen after council approves the statements, along with the legal letters. So we do send letters out to your lawyers to make sure that if there's any contingencies or anything like that out there, that they are represented appropriately in the financial statements. We had no significant difficulties encountered during the audit, no disagreements or changes to the audit plan. Excellent cooperation as we've come to have here. We're very happy about that. Very good working relationship, or at least we feel like it is. We did have an additional audit procedure due to a new revenue standard, which I apologize now to Kyle, that had to do with him, and that was with building permits. It's a new revenue standard, and it requires you look at revenue and recognizing it when there are performance obligations. The one area that impacted on the township was building permits. When you pay for a building permit, the township does have performance obligations to do. It's not just kind of a one-time you pay for it. So now the revenue is getting more recognized on the basis of how much work there is left to do. So there is a deferral now on the financial statements. I'll point where you'll see that as you go through. There were two uncorrected audit differences on the statements. They don't impact our audit opinion at all. We still have a clean auditor's opinion, but we are required to let council know. One regarded a opening balance. So it was actually revenue that was recognized in 2023 that really should have been recognized in 2024. It was $39,000. I realize that is a significant number, but to your overall financial statements, it isn't. And at the end of the day, at the end of 2024, you have the right amount of OSIF deferred revenue bringing forward into 2025. The other one is the HST balances. There is $124,000 sitting as a receivable of HST that has not been claimed as a rebate yet. And that's because the finance team is still reviewing that to make sure that they should be claimed. They want to make sure that when they claim the HST that it is appropriate. So that will be happening in 2025. And then they deem that it should be recorded or should be claimed as a rebate, then they will claim it. If not, it will be written off and expensed in 2025. So as I said, no impact to our overall audit opinion. Then we get into the numbers. So the financial assets, looking at the total amounts, and we do a 5-year comparison there so you can kind of see the trends, and we kind of have the little squiggles, I guess, on the right-hand side to show those trends. Looking at your cash overall, that's the biggest impact or biggest difference from 2023 to 2024, and that's all the capital. We're going to see that throughout the financial statements, but the capital investment that the township has had obviously then impacts your cash, especially when you're you're financing it internally. So that's the big impact there. Your investments very similar year over year, and those are all in the one fund and recorded at fair market value. Your accounts receivable, not a lot of change there. That's mainly your HST, your water and sewer, and other recreation receivables as well. And then your taxes receivable. This is probably the one thing I would point out, that if there's one kind of thing coming out is watching that. If you see the trend over the last 5 years, it has been creeping up over the last 5 years. And right now you're at 14.6% of your total assessment outstanding. That is down from the year before. In 2023, you're at 15%. The ministry does look at that guideline and they like to see it below 10%. Obviously, different things like Canada Post strike at the end of the year, that can have a big impact on that. So it is going to vary depending on that, but that would be the one thing out of this to watch. And we're going to, because it's going to come up in 2 slides from now, but one thing to look at is the total financial assets have dropped or decreased by $6.4 million. And you'll see where that falls in a second. In your financial liabilities, the first one is your accounts payable and accrued liabilities. So this is everything from the invoices outstanding at the end of the year, your payroll accruals, amounts owing to the county and the city, $3.7 million. That's going to go up and down basically because of timing of payments. Your obligatory reserve funds, that's the amounts you still have on hand at the end of the year. And that's your development charges. So at the end of 2024, you had 505,000 of development charges collected that had not been put to specific capital projects. Parkland funds of 442,000 and Canada Community Building Fund, or the old gas tax, of 293,000. So that's amount sitting in your bank account to spend in future periods. Your deferred other revenue, that's grants that you've received and other types of revenue that, again, you've received but you haven't spent. So 480,000 of that is OSIF funding, and then 46,000 of that is your building permits. So that's 46,000 collected for building permits where you have that performance obligation still left to do. Your employee future benefit payables, that's amounts for health and dental benefits for the employees when they no longer work for the township. That's an estimate through the actuary. And then your long-term debt, you can see when you look at the trend line, nice decrease there, just paying down the principal payments. And it should be noted that all the long-term debt the township has is for water and wastewater, nothing coming out of the regular taxation base. And then asset retirement obligations, I talked about that last year. It was a new section. That's just the estimates on asbestos within your municipal buildings. If you were to retire them or make a renovation of those, how much it's going to cost to actually remove or remediate the asbestos out of those. And then the last line there no longer applies now with that new section with the AROs. So at total, the financial liabilities haven't changed much year over year, but when we look at the next slide, we see the trend down. Yeah, so in 2024, the decrease in your net financial assets, which is your financial assets minus the liabilities, has gone down, and that's strictly really just when it comes down to that cash position. When we look at the non-financial assets, the assets that you can't easily convert to cash, your tangible capital assets, of course, being the largest, being the historical cost of the assets that you have to provide services to the ratepayers, minus the accumulated amortization or the depreciation or expensing over the useful lives. So at the end of the day, you had about $13 million in capital additions this year, offset by about $3.5 million in amortization. So you see a significant increase year over year. So that gives you your total non-financial assets of $87.7 million. And looking at on the next slide, where the additions were, 50% were for buildings and building improvements, and most of that was the fire hall. You did have 23% in land and land improvements for various purchases there in land, and then amounts for roads and bridges, water systems, sewer systems there as well. And then a good thing to note year over year is how much you're adding to your capital assets versus the amortization. So the amortization, or the black bar, is the expensing of the assets over their useful life. And that's the historical cost of those assets. So you want to make sure that you're on average, it's not going to happen every year, but that you're replacing those assets at a greater rate, or otherwise you're just kind of you're going to get into that infrastructure deficit even more so, because you're just replacing them at the amount that the historical cost was. And of course, everything's costing more and more. So you can see, obviously, in the last 2-3 years, you've been doing significant additions there. So it's nice to see that trend there. This is a small slide, sorry for the audience, but what this is really doing is it's showing the your accumulated surplus, which is a separate note in your financial statements. So at the bottom of your financial statements, you'll see an accumulated surplus of $96.3 million. That isn't your operating surplus. That isn't money that council has set aside to spend in the future. What that is the breakdown of where those funds are. So 65.4 million of your 96 million is invested already in capital assets. So that's the historical cost of those assets minus the long-term debt associated with those assets, less the unfunded. And I think that's probably the one thing I really want to note there. When we look at the invested in capital assets, you had 65.3 million in 2023 and 65.4 million in 2024. Well, we just talked about how you had 13 million addition in capital assets, and that's because pretty much all of your new additions are unfunded. So you haven't put the money money aside to fund those assets because you're doing that internally. So that as the years go on and you fund those assets, then we'll start seeing the amount you have invested go up. Just like with your own personal mortgage, the investment of your house goes up or your value of it goes up as you pay your mortgage.
Can I just ask you one question just for clarity? With regards, and I'm sorry to interrupt, first of all, but just while we're on the point, because I don't want to forget, and it's somewhat complicated. So, when you mentioned about, I think the reality about the unfunded, yes, I think that might be the common premise, but a lot of the assets that we've been replacing are unfunded because they had already fully depreciated, because they predate, they're so historically created. So it's not necessarily that they have been unfunded by previous operations. They've been long since expired. And so there's no monies before asset management ever came to be, less a decade ago or so. These were already considered fully depreciated. I just wanted to clarify. I think that's more true of our circumstance. I can't speak to the market.
Correct. And the big thing is too, you're not getting capital funding for these assets either, right? So if you were getting capital funding for them, then they wouldn't show up as unfunded, but because you're able to, and you're not getting debt for them because you've got financial position that you're able to fund them. You've still got $15 million in your bank account at the end of 2024. Of course, I'm only speaking to 2024 numbers. But yeah, exactly. So then you will see that as you go on. So the other key amounts there on that slide, if we can go back one, sorry, is at the bottom there, the amount in reserves and reserve funds. So you do have $30 million, almost $31 million set aside in reserves and reserve funds that you have specific purposes with council. I quite often get asked, is this an appropriate amount? And that really just depends on council to council and your asset management plan. That's the biggest thing there is looking at your asset management plan. What do you need to do in the next 5 years? Are you going to have the funds there? So that's, a continuous conversation, I'm sure. The following slide is looking at your consolidated statement of operations with respect to your budget. These are the differences, the reconciliation portion on the second half. I'm not going to go through all this, but it's the differences between how you budget, which is appropriate. You're budgeting zero amount, but then what the difference is in the financial statements. So on your financial statements, it's going to show $4.8 million budgeted surplus. I know council didn't budget for that, but the difference is amortization and capital. So capital shows as an expense on your budget, which it should, but then we back it out, but then we add in amortization as an expense. So it's those items as well as transfer to and from reserves being the other one. And we look at just kind of the trend of your revenues and expenses. You can see kind of very similar over the years, and you're going to see the expenses going up. A lot of that expenses actually has to do with the capital that you've been investing in. Of course, the amortization is going to increase the expenses. So you can kind of see that trend over the 5 years. And then the total revenues. In total, you budgeted $20.2 million in revenue. The actual was $19.1 million. The biggest revenue, no surprise, is coming from your ratepayers at 63.7% from property taxation. And then the other largest amount is your user charges at 16.7%. So as we heard earlier in the presentations talking about the provincial and federal government, not a lot when you look at the total revenue in the comparison there. Province of Ontario was $1 million, and that's half of that is coming from your Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, and then the other amounts for OCIF and ICP for roads and water. Other significant amounts on there will be your penalties and interest on taxes, your investment income, and then the amounts for the Ontario Lottery and Gaming. I just wanted to note that in 2024, it was $307,000. You may have noticed in the financial statements that there is a note added for the subsequent event on their ceasing operations. So just to let users know, here it is only 1.6%, but it is still 1.6%. So other two items, the last two items are your development charges earned in your Canada Community Building Fund. Those are the amounts actually spent during the year. We talked about the amount you have already on hand. And then the following two slides are showing expenses. The first way is by the type of department, showing that, 23% of your expenses are in roads, transportation services, and then followed by protection and then general government. When I kind of looked at it, there was no, there's kind of puts and takes when you compare it to budget. Nothing significant there when you see the kind of ins and outs. Overall, you budgeted 15.3 million, the actual was 15.7 million, so very close to budget there. And then when we look at the next slide, it's a little more kind of easier because it's the type of expense. So salary and benefits, interest charges, materials, contracted services. So 34.1% being for your salaries and benefits. And that is it, and happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much, Joanna, for walking us through that. Questions, members of council? Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, not so much a question, I guess, more a bit of a concern, I guess, on the revenue slides, 14, I think it was on this slide. Is this the development charges earned, like the budget of 4 million, and we only came in with 200,000? Like, that is a massive shortfall. I just that one kind of hurts a little, I think.
Through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor. I'll let Kimberly speak to this too, but my assumption is that you're budgeting the amount that you kind of need to fund the projects. And as was mentioned earlier, that is the one area that you are allowed to run a deficit. So you can budget for development charges and then they will get attached to the projects as they come in. That's only what was spent. We only can recognize what was actually earned, or what was actually brought in and then applied to those projects, but.
Ms. Pope, would you like to clarify? Because I believe this is the year where we utilize or strategically finance a lot of those things that have an implication on that DC specific, was including an internal loan.
As you'll recall, we did have a report in February of this past year, or in 2025, where we're internal borrowing. All of our DCs, you'll see that in the reserve report coming up, that we run in a deficit. It's often for water, wastewater, and roads, which is normal at this time of year. And then those will flow back in. We're also doing the internal. So it was about $5 million against the asset replacement reserve, and the other $5 million was against DCs. So this happens to be that decision making. That's why it looks this way for now. You have to remember too, that at the end of the year, the fire hall was coming on, was still sitting mostly in WIP. And the other two construction projects were the Cavan Operation Depot and then the Millbrook Combined Parks Yard. So it's a combination of those two. They're kind of hitting between the 2 years, between 2024 and 2025. So yes, it's a combination of all those items. We're in good financial position, but however, this is what happens when we borrow internally. If we borrowed externally and brought in those funds, they would of course cost us more. So I'm not saying that that was the better decision, but then you would have seen your cash rise because we would have been able to submit those invoices, get that redemption amount, and then bring our balances back up. So we can't have both. We're going to have one or the other. This is the other. It's fine. It's just, this is the way it presents in financial statements when you see it.
Other questions, members of council? Seeing none. Thank you again, Joanna, for coming in person. It's always nice to have you in the flesh to walk us through this very complicated financial report. So 2 recommendations in the report: that we receive the presentation of Baker Tilly for information, and the council for the Township Cav Monaghan approves the 2024 consolidated financial statements and authorize the mayor and the director of finance to sign the management report for the year ending December 31st, 2024. Moved by Councillor Byrne, seconded by Councillor Edgerton. All in favor? That is approved. We have one more presentation today, and last but not least, from Rika Law with regards to the Water Storage Municipal Class Act Environmental Assessment Storage Alternatives. Welcome. Oh, excuse me. And before, there is a presentation that wasn't prepared in advance, or there's been one modification too. So we need a motion for council to approve the revised presentation. Moved by Councillor Byrne, seconded by Councillor Natal. All in favor? That is approved. There you go. Now we're all legit. You got your new presentation. We're ready to go. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought that was my technical difficulty. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, Council, CAO, Township staff, and public. Probably I am a familiar face to you. My name is Rika Law, and I am with RV Anderson. We have been working with the township on the Class EA, and you may have remembered me from when we were doing the master servicing plan. Thank you, Mark. So this is the timeline. No, that's fine. This is the timeline of the project of the Class EA for the new storage tank in Millbrook. And so we did do preliminary background studies back in August 2024. And then you may have recalled that I did a council presentation in March 2025 to explain some of the shortlisted storage locations that we were considering. After we got preliminary comments, we did issue the notice of commencement and start to formally identify and evaluate the different storage locations. And in September of 2025, we did the Public Information Center actually right here in the council chambers. And we were graced by Councillor Byrne and Councillor Edgerton. So thank you very much for showing up. We are now currently doing the council presentation to give formal recommendations on the study, after which we are hoping that by early 2026, you would be able to have a formal project file report available for the public 30-day review period, and that would essentially close out the Class EA. Next slide. So as a reminder, this is what we call a Schedule B Class EA, and that requires a Phase 1 and a Phase 2 under the Class Environmental Assessment process, where Phase 1 is discussing what the opportunity or problem is. Phase 2 is identifying the alternatives and then evaluating it, undertaking any of the field studies or other studies that may be required, and then wrapping it up in a report. So that is all Phase 2. And once that is completed, barring any Section 16 orders, then it can move to Phase 5, which is what is known as like design and construction. Next slide, please. So this may look very familiar to you as it was presented previously and also on the PIC slides. This is just an evaluation criteria that shows that we are considering 5 key sections when we do the evaluation process. So we definitely want to consider the social aspect. How does this impact the future growth of Millbrook? And does it align with the township GMS? Does it align with your official plan? It also considers impacts to neighboring properties, as well as businesses and Indigenous communities. Then we also look at technical. Is it technically feasible? Are there going to be challenges? How does this work with the current operations of the facilities? And then we also want to consider cultural in terms of archaeological and cultural heritage impacts. And of course, environmental, how does that affect the wildlife, the vegetation, any of the habitats, climate change, and of course, cost is an important aspect as well. And you'll see on the right-hand side, the evaluation ranking is shown graphically as either up arrows or up triangles, or the neutral one is sort of, you have an up-down triangle, and then things that are particularly negative in terms of its impact would have a double down triangle. Next slide, Mark. Thank you. So initially we had looked at up to 7 locations, and we were able to screen them out. This slide would probably look very familiar to you. It was part of the presentation from our March presentation. And in essence, what we're looking for is a location that is going to be able to perform well hydraulically, and that it is going to address the environmental, archaeological, and cultural constraints. We do want to consider land ownership, whether or not acquisition is required. And of course, we want to consider, is it close to the committed or future developments? Because after all, this storage tank is needed for the growth aspect. And then are there opportunities for the proposed and future water storage in terms of space? So as you may recall, we have reviewed and screened through with the criteria that I was just mentioning, locations 1, which is up north of Larmer, where the future employment area is. Wonderful. Thank you, Mark. And then location 3, which is actually where Michael had done his presentation of that commercial area. Now, we had screened out locations 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I know from previous discussions with Councillor Byrne, because he is very conscientious about trying to reuse as much of the existing township properties. We had a lengthy discussion about location 6. And so maybe just to help everybody get up to speed with our conversation together, it is a currently owned township site. It is at the very bottom southeast corner. Yeah, right there. And this is where your very old storage tank was. Now, we did review the use of that. It is fairly constrained in terms of its property, in terms of the size that we can have with that. It does have an existing storage tank. We admit that. And it shares a common driveway to a public, to a private home. Now, those elements are not necessarily the thing that made it a showstopper. It was more from a technical point of view, how to get the water from that southeast corner to more of the northern area where we will be developing. So Councillor Byrne and I, we had some discussions, very, very good dialogue, in can we make this work? And ultimately, just to give you understanding as to what my evaluation with my team was, is that we had considered, well, can we put a storage tank at location 6, similar to what you have previously, and just use that for pressure zone 1. When I say pressure zone 1, we mean like sort of your lower downtown core area where that elevation is much lower. And then use your existing standpipe, which is right now by the municipal office, for what we call pressure zone 2. So all the new and current builds that are by your municipal office. So we did look at that. And unfortunately, the growth component is going to require much more storage than what your current municipal standpipe is able to provide. So if we were to go with the idea of having location 6 as just a storage tank for pressure zone 1, and then standpipe for pressure zone 2, you would actually unfortunately need a third storage tank, which would probably add to your operational and costs from a capital point of view. We did also consider putting a pumping station at location 6 and then having it feed also to pressure zone 2. But because of the topography of Millbrook being a nice little bowl, it would have to go down the valley and then go back up. So it would need a dedicated water main to avoid blowing any of the downtown core water mains due to overpressurization. So those were some discussions we had regarding location 6. Hopefully, Councillor Byrne, that would give you the information you need for that aspect. Next slide. So this was on the PIC slide, but essentially we looked at the 7 different locations. We screened it out based on, did that particular location address the prominent opportunity statement? Are there technical or economical concerns? Is it viable? And then we looked at whether or not there were going to be significant impacts. And we only shortlisted any of the locations that gave all 3 green check marks, which is location 1 and 3. Next slide. Thank you. So this, in essence, is to help you understand where those locations 1 and 3 are. In the middle map there, it is with respect to where it is located in terms of the eventual boundary from the official plan. Location 1 is as I noted, it is north of Larmer Line, south of Highway 115, and it would be in the employment area. And it would be convenient because it is already in pressure zone 2. Location 3, with the graphic there to the right, shows the property that Bigglary had already been discussing previously as well. So township staff have been in discussion with the developer's consultant. Next slide. Thank you. So based on that and the different criteria that I just mentioned, social, technical, cultural, environmental cost, and whatnot. You can see that from our screening, location 3 is the preferred site. In terms of, at least from a social point of view, it is closer to where your immediate needs are. With location 1, it's nice from a social point of view because it would be in the employment area, but it would require the township having to build a water main all the way up to this future employment area that is not yet quite fully developed. And so that would be a negative for that. In terms of the cultural, like the archaeological and the cultural heritage aspect, we did receive a report from the developer's consultant to confirm that they have done the investigations and they have cleared the site of any such concerns. Similarly, we did look at the environmental report that they provided, and in the location that we had, we were able to make good sense of the environmental impacts there and mitigation measures that would not have any lasting impact. And then from a cost perspective, as I had already noted, we could reuse a lot of the nearby water main infrastructure that the township already has, and what the developer is planning to do with that property. So it jives fairly nicely there. So as a result, we are recommending location 3. Next slide, please. So here are the graphics of the different types of storage tanks. So now that we've decided where we're going to put the storage tank, we also need to choose what type of storage tank. So going from left to right, you could have a new standpipe, similar to what you have right now by the municipal office. That would require a standpipe as well as a new booster station. So very, very similar to what you have right now. And it would just be on the other side of the road. You can also have an elevated tank. And so what that advantage would be is that the elevated tank becomes your determining factor for the pressure in pressure zone 2, whereas right now the booster station is what is determining the pressure. Now with the elevated tank option, you would need the existing booster station by the standpipe to actually boost the pressure up to the elevation that you desire in the elevated tank. So it would rely heavily on that existing booster station that would need to be expanded. And then, sorry, if you could just go back. Yeah, perfect. And then the very far right option is the in-ground reservoir with a booster station. So what would only be visible once it's constructed is just the booster station that is above grade. The tank itself is in ground. So it does have its advantages as we realize and recognize that there was a recent water main break in the downtown core, and it resulted in the standpipe having issues. So such an incident wouldn't happen with this in-ground reservoir because water that's sent in the in-ground reservoir will stay in there until it's pumped out by the booster station. Next slide. Ooh, very tiny font. So this is in essence all the advantages and disadvantages. Oh, you can zoom in. Amazing. But it is just cataloging the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 different types of tanks. So even just by looking numerically as to how many advantages and disadvantages there are with these specific types, it's sort of, you can tell we're recommending the in-ground reservoir and booster station. The next slide actually helps to categorize these advantages and disadvantages into the different categories that we were talking about for the evaluation criteria. So for example, under the social aspect, as you can guess, the in-ground booster station, since it's going to be very, very close to existing and new residential areas and a commercial area, it'd be nicer from an aesthetic point of view if all they saw above grade was the booster station that could have the aesthetic features similar to that of the new builds, compared to another standpipe or another elevated tank. Although I did joke with the township staff that you could then have a zip line across and have that as a new attraction to Millbrook. But anyways, they did quite seem to see eye to eye with me on that one. In terms of technical, any of the tanks really would work. However, as I mentioned already, with the in-ground storage tank, you won't have that fear of standpipe draining and whatnot. If you had it as an in-ground tank, once the water goes in, it stays in until it's pumped out by the booster station. So that's why it gets an arrow up compared to the other two. In terms of cultural, again, because of location 3 being cleared from an archaeological and cultural heritage point of view, they all get the same rating. And similarly, because for environmental, the report applies regardless of location, they get the same rating. And in terms of cost, so the capital cost for your standpipe and new booster stations, so the very far left column, that is going to be cheaper. However, because of the maintenance that is required for the standpipe over time with that new booster station, the cost does edge up. So it is a higher O&M cost in comparison to the elevated tank, which is much more expensive all round. And then the in-ground is a bit more expensive on the capital compared to the standpipe. However, with the in-ground tanks, you don't have to go and repair the items as often. And so from an O&M operation and maintenance point of view, the cost is lower. So they are in essence comparable by $1 million or $2 million at the end of the day, if you compare from a life cycle. Okay, next slide, please. So what we are recommending is a new in-ground reservoir and booster station at the location 3, i.e. the development across from the municipal office. And the township staff is in discussion with the developer's consultant, and the discussions have been going well. The exact location is to be confirmed, but we have been having talks about that, and we foresee that it is going to work favorably for the township. What we hope to do in terms of next steps is, as we said, conclude the Class EA with the project file report, which will be available in early 2026. Then there'll be the 30-day review period, and after that, then detailed design and construction can proceed. And with that, we thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that presentation, Rika, and for all the work that goes into it. Obviously, it's been a long road to get to here, but we appreciate the recommendations and all the hard work. Questions, members of council, with regards to the presentation? Wayne has a report coming later on in the agenda as well that can talk more about the municipal components of this project as well. But I think Rika has to get going, so she won't be here for that. So get your questions to Rika now. Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Chair. Thank you again, Rika, and welcome back for, I don't know, your umpteenth visit. But I guess with the booster station, you kind of tweaked on something there with regard to almost disguising the booster station as, you know, like one of the houses that's there. And I think I've seen this before where you really just a shell of, you know, what you would have built in a residential area, but inside of it's actually a booster station. Is that kind of what you're talking about? Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Other question? Councilor Brand.
Through the chair. So first off, all the water comes from the bottom of the bowl. It all has to come uphill. You never spoke to how much land either one of the 3 options would have to be bought, because in either site that you're putting forward, we don't own land. Is there a difference in area?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Byrne. They would be fairly similar by the end of the day. The booster station and the in-ground storage tank, because the in-ground storage tank is buried, we can make it as deep as we want in order to shrink the footprint. However, we do want to still consider access road, generator, and all that stuff. So by the time all of those periphery items that are needed, be it for a standpipe, the elevator tank, or the in-ground tank, we are suggesting sort of a 60-meter by 60-meter property.
Thanks. Follow up?
Through the chair. The idea of the in-ground tank, there's several different concepts out there, and I figure you know a lot more about them than most. In the Kingsman Center in Peterborough, up in the central north end, a lot of it's elevated. Yes, you can bury it as deep as you can, but the other thing you were mentioning too was the fact that a little bit of cost for the standpipe for a booster station, but they all need a booster station. And the in-ground tank, yes, if there is a leak and nobody shuts off the valve, it won't drain on its own. But if the power goes out, we can still get water out of the standpipe.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Byrne. Great question. So for the standpipe versus the in-ground tank with the booster station, because we're trying to pump to pressure zone 2, it will require a booster station regardless. Just similar to what we have right outside the building. The only way for you to get around that is if we went the elevated tank approach, where once you've already put the water up as high as you want it to be, it will gravity drain to pressure zone 2. Now, that said, the booster station still needed to get it up to the elevated tanks. So there will be only a certain amount of capacity that's available. But to address your concern there, that's why the booster station would have the generator, like standby generator, to help with that aspect. When hydropower kicks off, the generator will kick on.
Thanks, Rick. Another question? Okay.
Through the chair, there was no mention of actually what capacity. Is there limits to what you can do in either the three models? Like, I'm guessing the in-ground would be the one you can maximize the easiest.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Byrne. Great questions. So yes, there is a certain capacity of which you can get to each of those tanks. However, the capacity that you need for the growth doesn't come close to its limitations. So any of the three would be perfectly fine. The in-ground tank actually allows you for actually expanding if you went beyond the 2051 growth that we were projecting. Whereas it'd be a little bit harder for you in terms of the standpipe or the elevated tank to try to expand those. It is possible. It would just have to be designed foundationally for it right now.
Rika, on the idea of the groundwater option, can you maybe just like rudimentarily talk us through like what it looks like? Like, I mean, obviously when you're burying something and you can't see it, whether it's leaks, you have concerns, but can you talk us a bit through some of the tech? Like what is it made out of? You know, you mentioned about expansion, so that's interesting. So, but I don't think we've seen like kind of, you know, a design or an example. So I'm just curious if you can maybe high level, just sort of glaze over what sort of construction materials and things like that we're talking about when we deal with this or consider this sort of thing.
Absolutely. So Mayor, back to you. And Mark, if you don't mind, maybe going to the slide where we had the 3 different graphics of the 3 different tanks. Yeah, you were just, yeah, perfect. So that literally is a cross section of what it would look like with the in-ground tank. It would be made of concrete. And so with that, it is the township's choice to have the waterproofing on the inside and or outside to help with mitigating those leak concerns. I mean, you would still have to inspect it, but it would not be as frequent as a standpipe or elevated tank. Even your neighbor, the Peterborough water treatment plant, had reservoirs that were 90 years old that we were helping them with as well. So they do keep very well. Now, with that, of course, if we're going deeper and deeper, we would have to definitely consider the groundwater impacts. And so that's where the township, I believe, is working with another consultant to figure out the geotechnical and the hydrogeological aspects at the moment.
And obviously there's land associated with this, but is there opportunities like when you're expanding, if you say you install one of these and you're talking about expansion, I'm assuming you're laterally expanding, not, you know, further depths or anything like that, because you're not digging below it or on top of it. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. Other questions, members of council? Seeing none. Okay, Rika, thank you for the presentation, and we'll look forward to picking back up the subject when we get to the latter report from Public Works. So all we're doing right now is just receiving the presentation with regards to the water storage municipal class environmental assessment and storage alternatives for information. Moved by Councilor Burns, second by Councilor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. We've exceeded the 2 hour mark, so I know Joel is excited to go and we have another delegation as well, but we're just gonna take a 3 or 5 minute break, just a recess, just for the purposes of health. So we're gonna do that now and then we'll come back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We'll now reconvene the public meeting. Next on the item is a delegation from Joel Wiebe. Joel, who we know from his previous career, has transitioned on to Alto High-Speed Rail Project. So Joel, please, we're all ears.
Yeah, thank you much. Thank you so much for having me here and squeezing me into a rather busy agenda for today. Appreciate that. So I'm Joel Wiebe and I'm the Senior Advisor Community Relations with Alto, and we are working on a high-speed rail line. So I'll give you a bit of background on the project. With the announcement back in February by former Prime Minister Trudeau, via HFR became Alto, a federal crown corporation that is now mandated to deliver a high-speed rail project that will bring 60% of Canada's population closer together. We're going to stay on this slide. Zeroing in on the specific challenges this project aims to address, Alto's high-speed rail project will help to improve productivity throughout the corridor and surrounding areas by addressing increased travel costs and fuel, vehicle maintenance, and even infrastructure maintenance, alleviating congestion on major highways and in airports, and bringing disconnected communities closer together through a convenient mode of transportation that reduces greenhouse gas emissions and improves quality of life through an enhanced passenger experience. Next slide. So we are going to run on 1,000 kilometers of dedicated electrified track. Our service will be fast, reliable, and frequent. We'll be reaching speeds of 300 kilometers an hour and reduce travel times throughout the Toronto to Quebec City corridor. Given the specific design requirements for this technology, we'll need new track dedicated to moving people only, which has a benefit of increased reliability to ensure trains arrive on time and bring you where you need to go when you expect it. We're targeting frequent departures with 20 to 30 trains daily that will enable convenient options and accommodate a flexible travel schedule. Next slide. So here you can see the 7 station locations. So we've got Toronto, Peterborough, Ottawa, Laval, Montreal, Trois-Rivières, and Quebec City. And we don't have an alignment yet. That's what we're working on, and which is why you only see the station areas. In the coming months, we will be sharing corridor options within which the alignment will be located, refining down to a specific route using technical analysis that includes safety, design, the environment, and social considerations. Next slide. Travel times. So we are looking to significantly reduce travel time. We're looking at getting from Peterborough to downtown Toronto in about 40 minutes, going from Toronto to Ottawa in 2 hours, or Montreal in 3. And these are going to bring cities into commuting distance of Peterborough that we had never really looked at before. Next slide. From an economic perspective, high-speed rail is expected to contribute to an increase of 1.1% of Canada's GDP, or about $24 billion annually, through increased productivity, with cities being brought closer together, higher participation in the workforce, and increases in tourism. Next slide. There are several other outcomes for this project, including a meaningful contribution toward reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, with whom Alto has been engaging for several years, an increase in rail travel adoption, resulting in safer travel between cities, reduced environmental impacts with fewer cars on the road, an enhanced passenger experience in the corridor means you can multitask or just enjoy the ride while you travel. Next slide. Project will also strengthen the Canadian economy by sourcing goods and services right here. We'll need substantial volumes of steel, aluminum, and concrete for our track, our trains, buildings, overpasses, and related infrastructure. We'll also need the people to build it. We're looking at generating about 50,000 jobs through this project. Next slide. Alto isn't doing this work alone. In 2023, Transport Canada launched a rigorous RFP process to identify a project partner. This process closed in February of this year, when then Prime Minister Trudeau announced that Alto will work with Cadence, which is a consortium of rail infrastructure companies based in Canada and France, with expertise in delivering transportation and high-speed rail projects around the globe. Next slide. So here you can see where we're at in the development phase. Over the next 4 years, we will identify the corridor, an exact alignment, select station locations, complete the regulatory process, acquire the land, and finalize the engineering design. At the end of the development in 4 years, Alto and Cadence will present the cost and timeline of a shovel-ready project for federal approval, after which we'll move into the construction phase. Next slide. Being in the development phase means that we are engaging stakeholders, including local organizations and elected officials, consulting with Indigenous communities and facilitating their participation in the project, and establishing the corridor. Next slide. We're aware that not all communities see themselves in this project, especially those who are not supported with one of the 7 station locations. Recognizing this, Alto is in the initial stages of creating a community benefits plan that will create sustained, measurable benefits for impacted communities along the project alignment. The early vision for this program includes a focus on economic opportunities through employment and procurement for local businesses. Next slide. So I want to share our plans for the next months. Alto will launch a comprehensive engagement process. We'll offer several open houses, virtual information sessions, and an online platform that will focus on educating the public on high-speed rail and give participants an opportunity to share insights that will help inform the project decision-making process. As these dates are confirmed, we'll be posting the open house schedule and be sharing those with the municipalities and communities that are in the corridor. Next slide. Underpinning our engagement here at Alto are principles that ensure that we are open, transparent, and that we reflect the local needs across the corridor through respectful communications with an inclusive and collaborative approach. Next slide. All right, as I close, I want to emphasize that our priority continues to be on building awareness of the project and sharing information with municipalities along the corridor. And I look forward to taking any questions that you might have. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Joel. Thanks for the presentation and, being here in person to keep us abreast. I'm sure, this isn't a new topic. There's new excitement about the topic, which is nice, I guess, and positive. But I guess I think, there's a lot of questions, but I understand where we're at in the stage of the process. So I guess we'll see where we go, but understanding that there's much to be known and still coming forward. So I'm happy to hear that. I'm assuming then, just based on your last comment there, so you're going to, being one of the municipalities in proximity to the corridor and the potential stop in the Peterborough area, we can, from a staff standpoint, we'll be circulated to council updates along the way, sort of thing. Is that what we can expect? I'm just looking for a little clarity as to what that awareness will be for those of us. I know Peterborough County, we've had a similar presentation, so we're a bit more versed, and I think there's a lot of interest and a lot of questions. So I just want to make sure that we're aware that how and when we can expect to be participants in what we can to moving forward.
Sure. So there's a few components to that. So for one, I'll be able to come back and make a delegation to council anytime when you've got more questions or would like an update on the project. There will be updates coming over the next few months, just as the project progresses, and we can circulate some of those updates via email. And again, follow up with the conversation early in the new year. Actually, probably before the new year, we'll have our schedule out, but early in the new year, we'll be doing roundtables throughout the entire corridor. And so that will include those right here in the Peterborough area. So city, county, and other townships and other counties in the surrounding area as well. So open houses for the general public and some roundtables for certain select stakeholders and that kind of thing. And as we go through that phase, we'll gather more input. Also looking to meet with your local organizations that may have significant involvement in this project moving forward. This project will not include any level crossings, and so there are certain impacts as we go through farmland, for example, trail networks, those sorts of things. And so not just engaging with yourselves as a township council, but how can we engage your community so that as we're coming through, we're minimizing the negative impacts and prioritizing local opportunities.
Thank you, Joel. Questions, members of council? Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Chair, and welcome your new role, Joel. Hope you're enjoying it. I've sat through the Alto presentations now a few times, at a few different places, and so you're probably not going to be too shocked by my question. But again, it's the cost to the consumer. I'm not talking about the construction costs. I'm not talking about all of that cost. I'm just talking about the ticket cost itself, right? Like we all know now, to take a train from Toronto to Montreal these days, the cost is unreal, the expense of it. The equivalent trip in anywhere in Europe for the same amount of distance on a high-speed train is like a third the cost. Like, how do we keep whatever, I don't know whether Alto becomes the operating manager or they outsource it to somebody else. How do we keep that cost affordable in order to make it viable?
Yeah, so I don't have exact cost estimates for you, but I can go into a little bit of detail on it, in that this project really started out of finding efficiencies for passenger rail. And there's quite a bit of history here in this area, but, when we start talking about this, and originally that was just, we need some dedicated passenger lines for VIA, which turned into this proposal for high speed. And if you've taken those trains along the lake shore, when we're using, well, not we, because we are not VIA, but when you're using the CN tracks, you're at their whim. And so your train, it's not always on time. It can take quite a bit. Sometimes you pull off to the side for 45 minutes waiting for that freight train to go by. And those inefficiencies add up to costs, right? That doesn't save the company money when passengers are sitting off to the side. And so this was from the ground up a dedicated passenger network, so we can address some of those efficiency issues. As far as costs go, we've identified quite a few different stakeholders that we hope to be using it, including students and various socioeconomic backgrounds. And so there will probably be several cost tiers depending on how comfortably you want to travel. And but we do want to make sure that this is something that would be accessible for people in the area, because if we price ourselves out, then we have other challenges.
Thanks, Joel. Follow up?
Kind of a follow-up. Thank you, Joel. That's the best answer and response I've had yet.
Appreciate that.
Other questions, members of council? Councilor Burke.
Through the chair, it sounds grand, but I only plan on being here another 25 years, so I won't have to worry about it. But just on this idea phase, are you talking overhead, underground, just land surface stuff? And are you going to expropriate land to get this so-called magical path down through the countryside and through city urban areas? Like, I just don't see how this is going to play out. I hope it doesn't turn out like California.
So I'm going to address a couple different parts of that. So when it comes to acquiring real estate, we are going to be working with property owners as much as we can. Yes, of course, there are the powers to expropriate, but we want to build good relations where we're going through. And right now we're in this phase where we're trying to figure out what are all those different needs as we go through different communities. There's not just the cost, but the impact of acquiring that real estate. And so we decided to come out and do our community consultation work well ahead of having those lines on the map. And it makes it much easier to discuss the fine detail when we actually know where the rail line is going. But for us to weigh in where is going to be the best route, we need to find out the different impacts on the community, different opportunities in the communities that we're going through. There are routes that go further south where we've got more dense population, more farmland. We've got routes towards the north that involves more challenging geography. And there's a lot of things that we're trying to weigh out over these next couple of years to nail down exactly where we're going to go. And sorry, I'm forgetting the other part of your question.
I think it was with reference to the rail itself.
Yeah, so all I can say is we're looking at all the options right now as far as our different rolling stock that we'll put on the train. I encourage you to come in the new year when we do some open houses, and we'll have our technical team. I don't know all the details, and I know they're still finalizing some of that, but I'm sure they'd be happy to go into more detail about what kind of electrical infrastructure and train infrastructure we're considering.
Councilor Burke.
Through the chair, and the other side of that equation is how you're going to electrify this. We're already strained on the grid now. They're already thinking about green stuff that doesn't work moving forward. How is this going to play out as far as being potentially? And the other dynamics is, if you're going to make this high-speed rail, it's got to go fairly straight. You can't go zigzagging around obstacles that don't need to be up. That's the whole idea, transit speed, right?
Yes. So our trains, they take about 7 kilometers to make a turn when we're doing 300 kilometers an hour. It needs to be flat. It needs to be straight. We've had a lot of questions, going to go on a little tangent here. We've had a lot of questions come up about whether we're using some of the existing rail beds that are through Eastern Ontario. And freight trains, while we don't look at them as nimble, they do twist and turn around the different swamps and rivers and lakes and hills. And yeah, it's going to be incredibly challenging to draw a straighter line. And so we won't be using a lot of those to make that up. Yeah, we've got a lot of things we still have to figure out as we go through on this.
Yeah, thanks, Joel. There's a lot of questions. Oh, sorry, Councilor Byrne. Yep.
Through the chair on that note too. So they're going to be traveling in opposite directions, obviously, to get your cycle time down to what you want, what your goal is. And then there's all the infrastructure that, what are we looking at for total capacity in your wildest dreams for what this thing, if it ever happens, would transport in a number of people?
And I apologize, I don't have the ridership projections on myself, but I can talk with our team and see if we can follow up with you on that. But to the other part, yeah, we'll have 2 tracks going. We'll need 2 lines so we can have trains going in opposite directions.
Makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you again for the update, Joel, and thanks for the offer. Obviously, most of many of us on council are familiar with you, so we know where to find you and what you look like. So when we see you in about town, we'll be sure to bring those questions to you directly. So thank you for coming, and we look forward to having you again. The recommendation is we're just receiving the presentation for information. Moved by Councilor Burns, second by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. Last but not least, on the delegation front, we have a delegation with regards to Kawartha Phragmites Action Working Group. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. So I'm Tom Onra. I'm the Director of Community Conservation and the Chair of the Kawartha Conservation and Climate Partnership. And I apologize for Terry. He's not able to be here, but I know some of you already saw him on October 15th when we presented about this topic to County Council. Yeah, thanks very much. Just as a quick reminder, I am here to talk about Ontario's worst invasive plant, or most hated. And I think we've all been hearing about this for a while. I hope at least that this is on the radar of some. But essentially this plant from far away is coming in and has all of these negative impacts, and I'll go over them very quickly because I do hope you've already heard of them. You know, they affect infrastructure, waterfront property values, and all of these kinds of things. Next slide. They, you know, can certainly get into places of scenic value and recreational value that we care about. And if you go to places where this plant has gotten way out of control many years ago, you would certainly talk to folks who have seen those negative impacts to their recreational sites. Next slide. And wearing my Kawartha Land Trust hat here, from a conservation perspective, they're terrible for habitat. And so when a site gets taken over by these plants, you know, there's just less room for turtles and birds and insect diversity and all that good stuff. Next slide. So fortunately, the government of Ontario saw to doing something useful about this. So they've committed to a 3-year fund of $11 million starting in 2024. Next slide. And what I love about their approach is that they're trying to incentivize taking a coordinated action response to this issue. So rather than throw money at little agencies doing things here and there, they're saying, well, if you can get people together into these Phragmites management area working groups, then you'll be more effective because there will be cross-pollination of work across land managers and just increased communication. And I think that's a very wise approach. So that's why I am here today. Next slide. Because I am convening the Kawartha's Phragmites Management Area Working Group. And so we've had 2 meetings. We've had 15 land managers present at those meetings. And I'm really focusing very clearly and directly on land managers who control budgets so that we can work together to actually get some work done and some Phragmites controlled. In a second phase, maybe we'll be working out more with small volunteer groups and community organizations. But right now I'm trying to get folks who manage roads, infrastructures, parks and conservation areas to take the next step towards doing something about this together. I think that momentum sort of builds collaboration and more momentum. So I'm trying to get us to sort of take the first next step together about managing Phragmites. Thanks very much. Next slide. Okay, so what does that look like? I want to work with land managers who are either already controlling Phragmites in their area of jurisdiction or get them started if they have not yet done so. So most of that is either mechanical control, so we're moving it with a backhoe, or spraying it with herbicide. That's the most effective way of controlling this on lands and roadsides. Get these folks together to share resources and data and take a coordinated approach to knowing where Phragmites is, and then look at capacity gaps like the availability of local contractors and longer term multi-year plans so that different stakeholders can feel like they can get on board with this because there's a multi-year approach. Long story short, I want to make it easy for us to work together. Next slide. So what are we doing in 2026? There is an opportunity to apply for the Ontario Phragmites Action Program grant with multiple organizations to, like I said, get the ball rolling on this effort of working together. And the activities that we could do together with different agencies, including Cavan Monaghan Roads Department and Parks Department staff, would be to control priority patches along Cavan Monaghan Township roadsides, to look at Cavan-Monaghan parkland and control of known Phragmites populations on Cavan-Monaghan parks or public lands. And then to continue to engage in some effort that I'll talk about in a minute that we've done around presence and absence of this plant in your jurisdiction. The sort of ask here that I'm presenting for you today is if Cavan-Monaghan staff would like to work with me to join a 2026 coordinated action grant for a very teeny tiny amount of money, $50,000 between the organizations that are working together, and we have about 12. So spread that out across all 12 of those. We're not talking about much, but like I said, we're going to try to get the ball rolling here and show the province that they should continue investing in this. Next slide. So next slide. Related specifically to Cavan-Monaghan Township roads, I wanted to come with some very specific data about what is possible here. So I wanted to tell you that Peterborough County staff, Jenna Humphrey, who some of you saw last time, and myself have coordinated on our mapping for roadside occurrences of this plant across all of Peterborough County, as well as some of City of Kawartha Lakes. And we now have this great snapshot of where all the Phragmites is along all roads in the Peterborough town or county, including Cavan-Monaghan. So every road in Cavan-Monaghan has been driven to identify and the patches of this plant mapped. So we have a really comprehensive view of how much Phragmites is along township roadsides. Next slide. And here we go. This is the preliminary numbers. Actually, to be honest, this doesn't include all of the data that we got in the door because the person was still recording when I put this out there. But along county roads, there's about 4,600 square meters. That's 1,000 rather. There's a missing zero there. And around township, 97,000 square meters of the plant along the roadside. Based on estimates for noxious weed management on roadsides that I received from county staff, to control all of those populations would be an investment from the township staff of about $28,000. Typically, we don't want to try to control all of these plants anyway. It's not about eradication of absolutely everything. It's about prioritizing the most important places to control. And so we want value for money. Let's whittle that down, find the most important sites, and we'll get to a smaller amount of money. Next slide. Next slide. So I've spoken about what we might be able to do together on roads. Now I'm speaking about what can be done on parks and other land owned by Cavan-Monaghan. First, I know I've talked to some other of your colleagues at the township level who have said, oh, you know, I know about that park that has Phragmites right there, and we've always been wanting to do something about it, and it's a great opportunity for us to work together and do that. So if there's an opportunity like that, then I'm welcome to hear it. And we can put that in our funding application for next year. And but more sort of systematically looking at going around to the different parks and public lands that are owned by Cavan-Monaghan and looking to see is there Phragmites on these properties. And we'll be having a centralized sort of monitoring staff person to do that work next year. And we'd welcome the opportunity to know where your parks are and know whether or not we can take a look at them and then provide you with the data on whether there's this plant there. Next slide. So as I said, very small contribution that ultimately we'd be looking for if Cavan-Monaghan is interested in coordinating with the other townships in the area and the county and conservation organizations, including ORCA. Then we're looking for this granting organization works on a one-to-one match. And so if managing Phragmites is something that you're interested in doing, then you can make a contribution and get a 50% match on that. So to monitor those township roadside populations that I mentioned, so but the top 10% of those would be about $3,000 to undertake that work along the township roads. And so if you contributed $1,500, then you'd get $1,500 to do more. And then again, if we looked at some parkland work, then we could take on some work there together as well. That would be good value for money. So again, long story short, what I'm trying to do here is not, change the world. We're not going to change the world with $3,000 and managing a tiny amount of Phragmites. But I do really see the value in taking a coordinated approach to environmental issues, especially across different sectors. So road managers and conservation area managers working together, I think is very valuable. And this is a good opportunity to get that ball rolling and working together. Next slide. That's sort of just a summary. So I'm looking to work with staff if they're interested on putting together a joint application to this program and working together in the future, if that's of interest. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Tom, for the presentation and coming with us. Just one kind of foundational question, then I'll go to the rest of council. Just so, because I was doing a bit of research on this last night, and I understand that there's a new stream of funding open from the province about Phragmites and addressing it. And so I just want to clarify. So you guys in your from Kawartha Land Trust, but focused on this working group sort of thing, you're kind of facilitating a regional application to what I'm assuming is the same stream. It's not, rarely are there multiple Phragmites funding streams available from the province, I would assume. So I just want to clarify, because I was in conversations or asking about, well, we don't want to compete, but I'm not sure what our opportunity would be to access funds directly versus through a coordinated regional effect. But you insinuated that there might be some, whether it's exacerbators or enhancements when you're working as a regional partnership rather than just independent municipalities applying for funding. Can you maybe elaborate on that or just clarify exactly sort of how we should do that? If we should be also approaching it as a municipality looking for separate funding in addition to working in collaboration, or maybe just clarify?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so if Terry were here, I think he would say that the way that they're looking at this is that they're prioritizing the joint applications. And so we're doing an interim submission. So organizations that are part of a collaborative approach. So if Kevin Monaghan joined this group, then we would have preferential access to the funding that is available. So I think you're worse off on your own, so to speak. And then, yeah, so as to your sort of the first part of your question, my role here, paid by Kawartha Land Trust, but I am convening a group of people to do a co-application, and each person receives funding for themselves based on their needs. This isn't money that's going to Kawartha Land Trust for us to do the work.
No, thanks for that clarity. Questions, members of council? Okay, Councilor Nacho.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. That was really informative as well. Is there a deadline date for the grant submission?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great question. We've actually already submitted on Friday a sort of notional expression of interest. And so I included in that, without knowing details, the budgets that I presented to council here, with the note sort of that I'm expecting at least some of them to agree that this is something that to collaborate on. But the actual final submission is end of January. So right now I'm just sort of trying to get a sense of which way the wind is blowing and who is interested in working together. And I've had 3 of the townships that we've presented to say that they would put this in their budget. So, yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Chair, thank you for your presentation. And I know John and I have sat through Phragmites presentations over a decade ago trying to control this stuff. And I know Councillor Landry was pretty out of it about trying to get something done about this. So I'm glad you've come to us. I'm glad you're putting this forward, and I hope the rest of council will follow, and we will help and be a part of this. So I'll leave it to Mayor and staff to figure out how that all plays out. But you have my support.
Councilor Burn.
Through the chair, a couple of things that jumped right out at me. You're talking about not eliminating them. Right? I get the constraints and the timelines and everything else, but they're invasive species. So if you leave something behind, it's just going to expand exponentially the longer it's left. The other thing that I was wondering about, you mentioned about digging this stuff out of the ditches. Then what do you do with it? It's like, how do you eradicate the invasive part of this whole structure? Like, I remember years ago when they were talking about purple blue strife, and we tried a whole lot of things with the ash beetle. Is there any success being made on any of those?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Trying to go backwards here. There is a an insect biocontrol that a lot of folks attributed the relative success of purple loosestrife management to the biocontrol that was available for that at the time. So they created this insect that would then sort of keep it on manageable levels on the landscape. Yeah, exactly. And so I have spoken with some folks who are doing biocontrol for Phragmites. So there's this evolving area of interest. So that's good news. I think in terms of, we don't want to control it all and where is it going to go? How's it going to, is it just going to keep on spreading? We're going to have to do this forever. We know that if we do nothing, then we're going to get bad results. But if we do something here, then things might be an opportunity in the future, like this biocontrol. And we might be able to keep it out of some of the most important natural areas. And that is achievable, an achievable goal. And so we might have to sort of, sacrifice some areas and then in other areas, they, become the places where we continue to put in our effort. I don't know how to run an excavator. So in terms of your other question, I just know that that's one of the best management practices that's suggested. And I assume that they're removing the material and then taking it to a site where it's, never going to propagate or something like that.
Ms. Hurley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. You mentioned that 3 municipalities have already committed to partner. You went to the county of Peterborough, and I know the county of Peterborough is quite active in this already. Have they come back and gave you any positive comment? Like, are they a partner, or are they still going to work independently? Or maybe you're not sure about that at this time.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The county of Peterborough was one of the applicants on our collaborative funding that was submitted on Friday as the interim funding support. And so, yeah, they are, I don't know if it's on the record and from the county's perspective, but they are interested in doing this work on county roads. They documented, there are a couple hundred sites where they were doing control last year that were along county roads, and their goal is to deliver control on all of those sites that they monitored last year. And so the ball is rolling in the county, and they seem to be committed to doing this work.
Councilor Brand.
Through the chair, so the average landowner that's just on the other side of the fence of the work that you're doing on this side of the fence, what are the options that you're offering them? Like it just doesn't seem like a plan that's conducive to making a difference.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Chair. Yeah, that's a really valid criticism. I said in the last meeting that I presented to that I don't really like putting my effort into things that I think will fail. And I think some of the reasons why I like this approach are that the county has a really pretty great system for noxious weed management monitoring. That's like GIS enabled, so enabled with sort of digital mapping that I think is quite sophisticated. And that made it seem to me that if the county's interested in managing township roads and looking at it a little bit more broadly they have a really great system for being able to track progress over time and make sure that the work is being effective. And then the second would be that 2-3 of our organizations that are on this working group keep on bringing up this private land issue. What are we going to do for them? What are we going to do for them? Because that's where the majority of it is. If you're spraying on the roadside and it's into the marsh right next door, what's the point, right? So Kawartha Land Trust, KRCA, Ducks Unlimited have in other instances done a lot of landowner outreach for those priority locations and said, okay, can we get permission to control on your land? How much does that cost? And sort of aggregate those people that are saying yes, so that we can make an application to funding to support that private land work. So that's a part of our initial application, is to trial that aggregation of landowner consent next to places where the roadsides are being controlled, so that we can sort of take that systematic approach that's going to be actually effective rather than completely ineffective.
All right. Thank you, Tom, for the presentation. My suggestion, like, because this is a budget, we have yet to have our first budget meeting, so my suggestion was that we just receive the delegation from Tom with regards to Kawartha Pragmaties Action Working Group, Kawartha Land Trust for information, and that council direct staff to review the request and add it to the budget consideration. So that's, I don't know, the only issue with that, and we might need to discuss it in in the January budget meeting, is traditionally our budget wouldn't be passed until February, which isn't consistent with, of course, a few weeks off of your deadline. So just a note for staff that might be a decision that we need to consider at the January meeting for approval, just in isolation, just for the deadline purposes. Okay. And I'm going to move in a seconder for those recommendations. Moved by Councillor Byrne, seconded by Councillor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Thanks again, Tom. We have the minutes of the regular meeting held November 11th be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Byrne, seconded by Councillor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. We have the minutes from the Millway Valley Trails Advisory Committee meeting. We are on September 22nd and October 27th, and we are approving those as presented. Can I get a mover for the minutes? Councillor Byrne, Councillor Natchoff. All in favor? Those are approved. We have the library board minutes of the minutes of the library board meeting held October 21st be received for information. Moved by Councillor Natchoff and Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? Those are approved. And then we also have the Emergency Management Program Committee meeting minutes of November 20th, that the minutes of the Emergency Management Program meeting held November 20th be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Natchoff, seconded by Councillor Edgerton. All in favor? That is approved. At long last, we are at the report section of today's agenda. Sorry. 12.1 Report Finance Financial Plan for the Millbrook Distribution System. Ms. Pope.
Thank you, Mayor. I have before you the financial plan. This is what was spoken to from Daryl from Watson Associates when the actual water wastewater rates were put into place. This is the next step where the financial plan is now sent forward and then posted on our site. So this is basically for approval that you receive the financial plan is prepared by Watson Associates and approve the financial plan for being able to submit to both the Ministry of the Environment and MMAH.
Okay, so this is a bit of a housekeeping summary of all the things that now need to be submitted to the various agencies. Okay. Any questions? If not, there are 3 recommendations in the report so that we can submit them at the plan from Watson and Associates. Any questions? Okay, and a mover and a seconder for those 3 recommendations. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, seconded by Councillor Edgerton. All in favor? That is approved. Thank you, Ms. Pope. You got away off easy for that one, but I guess it's been here before. Next on the item is reserves and development charges reserve funds. Ms. Pope.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the Reserve and Development Charge Reserve Funds. This is traditionally brought to you the same day that the auditors come with their presentation to match reserves for the fiscal year end 2024. They are attached and outlined as per the presentation earlier today. If there's any questions, this is basically for you to receive for information and also the audited reserve funds.
Questions with regards to the reserve and development charge reserve funds report? Councillor Byrne.
Through the chair to Kimberly, I'm just looking at page 298 there, where there's some items about the new hockey rink next door and the costing there, and I just trying to sort through some of that in my mind. We still owe on the new facility. It's less than $1 million now, somewhere less than. And we're still looking at some money coming out of OLG next year as kind of a compliment for parting gift.
Thank you. Through the mayor. We did have a $2.4 million overrun that we knew right at the very beginning at the point of tender that was brought to council, and the decision at that time was to fund it through the remaining OLG funds that were available to us. This would have been paid if COVID had not happened because everything got shut down, it got delayed and what have you. We've been receiving roughly around $300,000 a year. So this is based on at the end of 2024, so another $300,000 for this fiscal year and then next fiscal year again. So because they've committed to give us 1 additional year of funding as well. So we're anticipating that debenture to be, it's internally borrowed, but about 300,000-ish, depending on the funds that come out over the next 2 years of the contract and the 1-year extension that they're giving us. So we will be coming to council at that time when it closes off to determine where we want to fund that final remaining balance, but we don't know what it is until we get there.
Thanks, Ms. Polk. That was my question too. Nope, not yet. Other questions with regards to the reserve and the DC reserve? If not, there is just the recommendation that we receive and approve the 2024 consolidated financial statements as prepared by Baker Tilly, and that council receives for information the audited 2024 reserves and development charges reserve fund that balance to the audited financial statements. Any other questions? If not, we're going to move in a seconder for those two recommendations. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Excuse me for that. 12.3. Ms. Pope, a lot of activity today. User fees and charges bylaw update.
Through you, Mayor, to all of council, this is our year-end 2020 or user fees that we bring forward for the next year, the fiscal year to start on January 1st, 2026. We have a number of changes. Just to summarize, they've been summarized in the report, but then the attachments also provide you with details of exactly where we're subtracting or adding back in. Primarily in the finance department, we found that by switching over to the new financial software, some of the provisions we've had in place where we had to have $5 fees for certain things to eliminate some additional administrative work. We don't really need to do anymore because these things are coming online. We have less requests for those things. Another example is to pull post-dated checks. Hardly anybody leaves post-dated checks. And even if we do have to pull those, they're so seldom that it doesn't make sense to have those additional fees and charges in there. So from that perspective, we removed a number of fees in this bylaw, but then there are some amended and increased fees through the recreational services as outlined in the report as well. So this is to bring forward the 2026 consolidated all departments. Most other departments did not have changes. So there aren't a whole number of changes, but if you want to ask any questions about those, this would be implemented to start January 1st, 2026.
Thanks, Ms. Polk. Questions with regards to user fees? Councilor Edges.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to the fire chief here. I see on your burn permit fees, and why do we charge a burn permit fee today when if somebody is driving by my house with a cell phone and he thinks something's on fire and they send all the trucks out? What are you doing with to stop that?
Through the mayor to the councillors. So I think the question is, are burn permit fees covered for the app that we've employed? There was a report a couple of years ago where we switched from a system because it became antiquated. It was a telephone system that couldn't be updated. We just, as a point of clarification, we don't, for a burn complaint through our dispatch system, we don't send both stations. We just send one truck to go and have a look at if it comes in as a burn complaint, depending on what the caller indicates on the phone to the dispatcher. We can't control that. The fee for the burn permit that we charge is a cost that's associated with the use of the app. And the app is an online system where residents can either go online or come here to the township office. They can get them at the libraries. During that report a couple of years ago, we upped the fees that the library puts into their coffers for their budgets. So I think I've answered your question. The fees for the app, the software company charges us for tokens, which translates into dollars. And the fees that we're charging for that is to keep that platform up and running. The reason why a person gets a burn permit is when they go on the system, they have to acknowledge the rules. They get the permit when it's printed. It tells them what distance that they need to burn, what types of material. In the absence of that, we would have people that are burning prohibited materials, and we would have no way. When we went to the enforcement, we don't want to start with enforcement, but when it comes to the enforcement, this app is a good tool for us because the people have acknowledged that they've accepted the terms and use, and it outlines what they can burn, what they can't burn. I hope that answers your question.
Follow up?
You, Mr. Mayor, the fire chief, over on page 309, there, the next page over, it says fire response fees. I know that you don't charge for house fires, chimney fires as such, but for somebody new that just moved in and read that, they would almost think, and they might not make the call until it was too late and somebody got hurt in that fire.
I think on that page there, it says not applicable. But there are times when we do have response for house fires where we have to bring in extraordinary expenses that would be charged back to the people's insurance rate. The counselor, through the mayor to the counselor, you are correct. For a normal house fire or an emergency, we don't charge for those. However, there are instances where we need to bring in specialized equipment that we do have the ability to charge back through their insurance company, which their insurance, as part of their insurance fees in the cost that the insurance company is charging the homeowner.
Okay, thanks for that, Chief. Other questions? Counselor Nash.
Sorry, so we can close this up. As a follow-up to what Counselor Edgerton just said, how common is this then that when in these cases where you would have to pull in these additional pieces of equipment and you would have to charge it? 1% of the time that you go out, less than that?
I would say it's 1% of the time.
Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Chair. To Mr. Allison, I guess, yeah, I see that the 2% increase across the board for a lot of the rec programs, but the increase from the public skate community hall birthday party thing, it's over a 40% increase. What's driving that one?
Through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Huntley. So that one there, so it's the intention of it is a 2-hour room rental. So we're bringing it up to the 2-hour. It was below the room rental. Plus we had free public skating involved. So now we're bringing it up. So it's a 2-hour room rental. Public skating is still involved. So we were finding that a lot of users were realizing that it was cheaper to do the birthday party than to rent the room. They weren't utilizing the skate that came with it. So it was sort of a loophole to get a room a little cheaper. So we've brought it up to the regular rate. And the free public skating is still attached.
Thanks for that, Chris. Question? Okay, no problem. We'll pause. Ms. Hurley?
Through you, Chair, to Ms. Pope. I think there was just a question that Councillor Byrne was having with regards to the red. And he just wanted clarification that not all of these changed, or did all of these change? So you know how you highlight the items that have changed and the ones that he just wants further explanation on that.
Through you, Mayor, they were stroked out in the other document. I think you're on the live final user fee, but on the other document where they're actually stroked out, that's where you see the changes. So you'd have to look individually at the line items. So that's recreation services completed, and then the one that had the markup. So that's the final document, which is great. That's what the new fees will be, but then the markup. Yeah, so it had 193.14 before, and it went up to 197. If we're looking at primetime ice there, you'll see the change. And so they're individually listed on the same line item. Oh, sorry.
Councilor Byrne, question?
Well, through the chair then, on page 313, we're still mentioning the old Millbrook Arena. Is that going to be deleted? Like, I know there's a lot of people that live in the township that are very disappointed the building got destroyed, but it's down. Why do we still have a fee structure for an empty area?
As you can see in the report, Councilor Byrne, it speaks to the fact that it will be removed. That's in the historical one previously. So just for clarification. Other questions? If not, the recommendations is that council approve bylaw number 2025-53 being a bylaw to impose and consolidate user fees and charges effective January 1st, 2026 with a revised Schedule A because there was a slight tweak that was alluded to. So that's the motion. Can I get a mover and a seconder for those user fees? Moved by Councillor Natchez, seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. Next is 12.4. Report Public Works 2025-18, Transfer Station Recycling Collection. I'm not sure if it's Chris or Wayne, but it looks like Chris today, so we'll over to you, Chris.
Good afternoon, to you, Mayor, and to members of council. Before you is Public Works Report 2025-18 regarding the transfer station recycling collection. We have 4 recommendations before you today. The first is to receive this report as information. The second is to approve the change order to the existing depot operations agreement with Circle Materials Ontario for haulage and disposal services for eligible source blue box materials, which are received at the transfer station from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2028 through the authorization of bylaw 2025-54. And the third recommendation being that council approve the collection of non-eligible source recycling material at the transfer station, which would be separated from eligible source recycling material from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026 as a pilot program, specifically using option 1A as mentioned in the report, with staff to report on the usage and costs at the end of the program, as those are generally speculative at this time. Recommendation number 4 being that council award the RFQ PW 2507 for supply, call-out hauling and processing of said non-eligible waste, recycling material collected at the transfer station to Miller Waste Systems. And that being, of course, if council was to approve recommendation number 3.
Thank you, Chris. So just like a high level summary, and because of the provincially mandated changes with CMO in regards to recycling, it's been well documented, at least in the press, about these non-eligible, that the province is deemed non-eligible, so that therefore they're not eligible to be picked up by the provincial entity of CMO to do any sort of recycling. So in order to qualify and maintain our existing agreement with CMO for collection purposes of recyclables, we need to have a dedicated, in this case, bin as an opportunity for non-eligibles to be directed and exclusively allocated from our recycling component too. Is that a fair summation, just to clarify and just maybe speak to anything I missed in that summary?
Chief Mayor, yes, that is correct. So technically, non-eligible sources as through the legislation have been deemed as not a part of the common collection system. So they won't be picked up curbside, they won't be picked up at depots. The producers did come up with a half measure, I'll call it, to try to blend non-eligible source material with eligible source material at depots only. But from staff perspective and for our unique situation here in the township, that option doesn't make any sense to us. So to continue our eligible source material at the transfer station, they do need like an assurance that either the non-eligible source material will be excluded or dealt with in a completely separate a separate system, and that being presented in front of the non-eligible source bin specific for those materials.
So I understand the bin component. I mean, that's fairly straightforward. If non-eligibles are coming in or from non-eligible sources or bringing materials in, you have to have a dedicated place for them to go so that they're not mixed, because that's not allowed. But I guess how, from a process standpoint, given the limited staffing that we have at the transfer station, I mean, we're forecasting it as a $9,300 from a pickup standpoint, which is, not a big deal. Okay, understood. But like, is it going to be an additional level of, enforcement on the staff at the transfer station to sort of determine who's who, and who, being a resident one day, might be representing a non-eligible source the other day? Like or I mean, maybe the bin itself suffices for CMO's purposes, regardless of how ridiculous it might be. But like, how is the actual functionality of the directing to the non-eligible bin, or the usage of the non-eligible bin, going to be enforced and fall upon staff to administer?
To you, Mayor, yes, it would fall upon township staff to direct non-eligible sources to utilize that bin and to direct residential users to their appropriate bins. We do expect to place signage as well, should the recommendation go through. But as for regular operation practices, a lot of users are the same users coming in week in, week out at transfer station. So our staff are able to recognize quite a number of individuals coming in. Also, their, residents are supposed to check in with staff to say who they are, where they're coming from, what type of material they are to dispose of. So from an operational standpoint, there may be a slight additional time for our transportation staff, but it should be maintaining the same practices as we see today.
And last question before we go to other members of council, are we, like, when we say bin and hauling, like, are we seeing a similar sort of layout of the bins that has existed at the transfer station for some time with, different substances in them? And then, but we're calling it one bin, but in essence, you're just nodding. So I just want to make sure that we understand, like, if maybe it's going to be a different color. I don't know, but it's all a bit ridiculous, but it's going to be a similar divided, from a recycling processing purpose, there'll be different materials. Okay, very good. Thanks. Members of council, Councilor Burke.
Through the chair, I must be missing something. I thought the whole idea of this blue bin program way back 40 years ago was to save the planet. We're going to recycle all this stuff. The material going in from a business or this office here, compared to me putting it out in my road, it's still the same stuff. So now we're going to have separate bins, separate trucks driving to the same landfill to get rid of the blue box programs. That the whole thing loses me. But one thing I was going to ask you about was this education funding. Has that been going on for a while and now it's being dropped back from $1 to 35 cents? What all is that education funding thing about?
Through your mayor to Councillor Byrne. So first off, to your first point, the recycled material is supposed to be diverted from landfill to the material recycling facilities. Depending on who your supplier or would be for this program, it depends on where they're going to haul it to. And then to your point there about thank you, the education piece. So it was set back from their earlier $1 to 35 cents because they deemed that as soon as the transition period is over, they're supposed to be 100% behind doing all the P&E materials for the whole system. So we didn't really have to do very much during the transition period, to be completely honest. From a P&E standpoint, we did use their funding to upgrade our signs there, that type of thing. But from a promotion education standpoint, it's all on them. So they may have some material they'd want us to push through our social media accounts, but they'd develop all of that material and request us to push it through our pieces. There's very little staff effort involvement on their P&E side.
Yep. A follow-up, Councilor Byrne?
Through the chair. So also in the document, it talks about how the number of residential units that was over 2,000 and it dropped down to 200 and change or whatever. How did that statistic come about?
So as reported in the earlier report, they've determined homes and residences, eligible sources that are reliant on the depot, which means they have zero access to curbside. So it could be people down private roads, down fire routes, island properties, multi-residential buildings that have not yet been able to set up with the curbside system. So those are all deemed as reliant on depots. And for us, they determined that the number is 20. So down from every single residence being 3,600 roughly, down to the 20 mark. So that's also why we're able to keep our depot as a reliant depot as well. I have heard that Norwood, they were deemed unnecessary, I suppose is what they were saying before, but my understanding is that Circle Materials Ontario has reached back out to them to continue their services there. So hopefully that is a good news story, mind you. But we're also fortunate enough to be kept in the loop and to be offered a continuation agreement.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. There was, like you said, there's a lot of different implications there's a lot of advocacy going on the lack of, or the disappointment about what a producer pay system is and what it is that we're getting. And I think whether it's the size of the bins, which has been publicly talked about, there's a lot bigger problems than the size of the bins, that's for sure. And especially in rural areas that we're seeing now. And so there's a lot of advocacy going on, but there's not a lot of seeming appetite to hear it. So I'm sure that will be a big comment and discussion at Roma as well this year. Other questions with regards to the report? Councilor Brink.
Through the chair. So on the ground front line, the staff at the transfer station are already stretched on some busy days to begin with. What is your direction to staff to try to deal with this influx of a new concept and where they're supposed to draw the line and who they're supposed to say no to? And I just wonder how you're going to approach their job.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Byrne, first of all, I appreciate the staff at the transfer station are fairly busy, but I don't see the volume of work significantly changing. They're still reviewing what people are bringing to the site. They're looking at what they're putting in garbage, what they're putting in residential, and the ICI, or what they call the non-eligible, should be just a direction to use that bin. So I think it's a minimal increase in workload. We still get, a large amount of money paid by CMO, and our cost to provide the bin through Miller is a fraction of that. So for my part, I don't see it being a negligible impact on staff at the transfer station at this point at all. Now, we did say it would be a pilot project, and we would look at how it was working out and what was the, total amounts of material that were going through it. And we'll have a look at the pickups and we'll look at staff time, et cetera. But at this point, we think it'll be reasonable.
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. It might, just not efficient overall in the application, but it's like I said, there's no way around it at this point, unfortunate. Ms. Hurley.
Through you, Mayor, to council and the public, it's important to note that this is a provincial requirement. So we all know that the province is put us into a very difficult position when it comes to our ICI and our businesses that utilize this type of service. So I think for us as a municipality, we're trying to mitigate this situation somehow to still allow that businesses have an opportunity to go and provide recycling. So if they didn't, then the question is, how are they going to manage it? Where is it going to go? How are they going to determine? There's still a lot of conversation of how you're going to determine residential versus ICI and how that pickup's going to work. So there's a lot of unknowns, but right now I think this was the best option we could do to mitigate a situation that is extremely difficult for everyone.
No, and I think it's wise to call it a pilot project because we're like on the cusp of this transition, right? Like, so who knows what's going to happen yet, but it's no, I think it makes sense and it's a necessary, despite the confusions and frustrations, it is a necessary evil. Deputy Mayor? I'll move the recommendations in the report, also moved by Councilor Natshaw. That's for all 4 recommendations. Any questions? If not, take a vote on those recommendations in the report. All in favor? Those are approved. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Chris, for that presentation. Next, we have Report Public Works Water Storage Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Report. Wayne and Clinton are here today to speak to this. I'm not sure who's going first, but by all means, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before you today is Public Works Report 2025-20 with 3 recommendations. Recommendation number 1 is that council receives Public Works 2025-20 for information. Number 2, that council approve the design and subsequent construction of a new in-ground drinking water reservoir and pumping station. And number 3, that council approves township senior staff to negotiate property acquisition on a 60 by 60 meter lot in location 3. On the point of the property negotiation, would be our intent to bring a report back to council on that matter as outlined in the report. On point number 2, I think the presentation from RVA by Rika Law there spoke to sort of the pros and cons of the different designs. We believe, one, in redundancy, that was number 1, that was to safeguard against the problem we had. So we did want that separate location. And we do believe the in-ground reservoir will be more fitting with the aesthetics in the area. And I think Rika also spoke to some of the benefits of it. So That being said, these are the recommendations before you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Questions about the report, members of council? Council Brent.
Through the chair to Wayne, just the one note you mentioned, and I totally agree with the idea of having redundancy, which begs the question, like why we turn the old Millbrook Water Tower off so early? Because we did have redundancy for next to no cost, and we eliminated that years ago. Just
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Byrne, I think RVA in their presentation have spoken to that. The hydraulics of the location did not work, and we've kind of gone through that. So I think her presentation again touched on that, and that's why we're recommending what we are today here.
Thanks, Wayne. Other questions? Seeing none. There are three recommendations in the report. I'll just read them aloud. The council received Public Works Report 2025-20 for information, and the council approved the design and subsequent construction of a new in-ground drinking water reservoir and pumping station. And the council approves Township senior staff to negotiate property acquisition on a 60 by 60 lot within location 3. And a mover and a seconder for those recommendations, moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, seconded by Councilor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Thanks, Wayne. And I guess we should thank Rika again for all the work on that. Next is Report Planning 2025-44 zoning bylaw amendment 610 Sire Line. Mr. Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council, before you is planning report number 2025-44 regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application at 610 Sire Line. The public meeting required under the Planning Act was held during a regular council meeting on November 17th, 2025, to review and consider all public and agency verbal and written comments received. To date, the applicant spoke on their behalf, as well we received 2 written comments in support of the application. Throughout the application process, planning staff have not supported the proposal because it does not perform the planning documents, including the township official plan. Therefore, Planning Report 2025-44 recommends that the draft bylaw does not be approved.
Thank you, Matt. We discussed the context of this report, and we had a number of individuals from the public, including some letters that were circulated to council after the fact. So the discussion at that time was not following council's direction at this point. So I had staff work with me to prepare a bylaw to go either way. You're either just receiving the report and the draft bylaw not be approved, or it's quite a long-winded response to approve said bylaw amendment. So I'll save you that, but just for simplicity's sake, you're either in support or you're not in support and consistent with staff's resolution. So so now's the time for questions for sure. I was just trying to clarify that. I'm not going to read out the long-winded alternatives. It's fairly simple. Okay. Questions with regards to the report?
through the chair to Matt, from what I read here, it looks like you did some deeper digging into the research on the history of when the aggregate was pulled out of that land area, the time frame and the type of material and possibly the tonnage. Am I correct in thinking that?
Through the chair to Councillor Byrne, not so much the tonnage, it was more based on the comments received that they said that the aggregate was removed for the development of the 115 highway. And so based on those timelines, that's when I pulled those 2 things together.
Follow-up?
Through the chair, back to Matt again. So on June the 4th, County Council Land Division Committee, they call themselves, they were unanimous on moving this forward. You tell pretty near every person that lives in this township that wants to do anything that they have to start at county. Now, these people have started at county and got the approval, and you're still not happy. I'm having trouble rationalizing that.
Through the chair to Councillor Byrne, severances are an approval are approved at the county level. As a condition of that severance, we have the zoning bylaw that we decide here. So that's why the matter is before us here. It's not county planning staff also did not support the application because it doesn't conform to policies. And then Land Division decided to approve it anyway. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Thanks, man. No, that's a fair, like I said, there's a committee of county council that reviews these things. The committee listens to the staff, just like this dynamic is, and they made a different decision. But the staff were not in support at the county either. That Matt's correct. And that county land division made the alternative suggestion and decided to move forward this way, and it comes back to us for final approval. And we also have a separate, as Matt mentioned, ZBA, but ROP is also separate from the county as well. So there's different levels of planning legislation for each entity.
Just for clarity through the chair. So it's kind of like this back and forth here at our level. They did their back and forth at that level. Does the land division committee have jurisdiction over staff at that level? Or what are we talking? Because I thought it was unanimous from the land division committee to say there wasn't a problem.
So I think it's too reductive to say there was no problem. There's inevitably, every piece of property has nuances to it. And every piece of property is responsible and entitled to its own considerations. So the staff report could not support it at the county level because of legislative requirements that were not consistent with the application. Same as us, like with regards to the mapping that we talked about it the last time, right? On paper, it's not consistent, but in practice, it is at the end, just as it was for land division. We have the ability to decide, well, the amendment itself is with our jurisdiction to approve or not approve. So that's sort of how it kind of works. It's not that it doesn't change from a zoning. It doesn't have any implications on the county planning stuff because of our separation. So it's not like they received special exemptions from the same level. It's just because it's separate at the township because we're separate from the county. We have our own zoning bylaw and our own official plan. So it's not exactly the same rules. Ours is a bit more granular from a localized standpoint, and we wanted our autonomy in that process. We have to be consistent with the county OP from a legislative requirement, just like we have to be consistent with all the provincial legislation above that. But at the end of the day, at this level, it's ours for approval, regardless of what the county does or doesn't do or supports or not supports. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Chair, do you have a motion that is counter to this one, or do we just vote this one down and then it's automatically approved? What's the mechanics we got going on here?
I am happy to read it for you. It is very long. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, yes, I have a motion that I'm happy to read out if council decides to go in opposition to council or staff's direction or recommendation in the report. So I'm happy to do that. If you want to hear it now, if that changes whether you are or not, that's up to you. But you can also stop me once I read it when we do vote on it and let me know if you need any points of clarity. Follow up, Deputy Mayor.
I would love to hear what the alternative is.
For you, I will. Whereas council reviewed and considered all public and agency comments received for this application, and whereas council reviewed and considered the policies of the provincial policy statement of the County of Peterborough official plan and the Cabot Township official plan affecting this application, and whereas council received information from the applicant related to the agricultural potential of the property, and whereas council agrees that the composition, geography, terrain, and soil conditions of the subject lands limit agricultural production on the use of the property, and whereas the land uses permitted by the zoning bylaw amendment can satisfy minimum distance separation requirements, and whereas an acceptable environmental impact study has been completed to support the application, now therefore in consideration of the foregoing, council amends bylaw number 2025-55 to be the bylaw to rezone the subject lands from the agricultural A zone to the agricultural exception 23 zone and the rural residential. I'm glad. Other questions, members of council? Long B, short A. So with that, I'm willing to be the one to move the B recommendation to approve the ZBA amendment. So I'll look for a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. There we go. Thank you for all your hard work on this, and thank you for your patience with me in navigating through the bylaw. Next, 12.7 report Building Planning Department 180 Forest Line Municipal Support. Mr. Phillips, on your anniversary. Wow, lucky us.
Through you, Mayor, to council, the report before you is for 180 Forest Line. You'll remember last council meeting, Synergy Organics made a presentation to council regarding looking for municipal support for their RFP application for the IESO LT2 intake. Since that time, staff, including myself and the director of planning, met with the proponent just to get a better understanding of the project. It is a essentially an expansion of their current facility. There are a number of things going in there. They give us better understanding of the net benefit to the agricultural community around here. As the products, they have a number of agreements with some local farmers. The products they receive and then create their electricity from is then shipped back and applied to those fields as a higher quality fertilizer, essentially. So we did get a better understanding of that. It does meet some of our strategic planning priorities. They will, granting municipal support today by council won't, there will still be more steps for them, including building permits, site plan control, and a number of other things. Through that process, we will keep the fire chief involved in looking at any of these requirements that they're going to have to go through. TSSA is involved, MECP will be involved. So right now, staff is recommending that council do provide municipal support for this, but there will be a number of steps left when they go to develop. That being said, I'm not going to read those recommendations. That's quite long, but the recommendations are before you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, and thank you for doing and the staff for doing the more due diligence on that, because I think we were all a bit, not necessarily an objection, but there were definitely questions remained that I think the report spoke to. So questions from members of council with regards to the report. Councilor Burke.
Through the chair to Kyle, this planned expansion, it's not, so, well, it's gonna help the other idea there last council meeting of 2 more generators being added, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen for what they want to do with this expansion. My question is the big one. They're creating biogas now. I don't have any idea if their consumption is equal to what they're producing. If this expansion goes far forward and the other project from IESO doesn't happen for whatever reason or whatever, what are they going to do with all this biogas if there's nothing there to use it up?
Through you, Mayor, to Councilor Byrne, I believe from the presentation last time, they still will be selling that. This just locks them into long-term financial stability with this. And from their presentation last time as well, the amount they're producing that this was developed for isn't enough to make this economically feasible. So can either we sit there with a vacant land again with all these buildings not being utilized, or they try to make a go of this, getting locked into this long-term. I can't really speak for them of what would happen if they don't obtain that. That's for them and their feasibility, but it's a potential that this facility could be abandoned, I imagine, but I won't speak for them on that. It's hard to say at this point.
Well, and there's the matter of the existing facility is what it is, but it's the expansion and based on the horizon of the application or for the fund, or I don't know what you call it, the agreement that they're pursuing that they need our municipal support for. It's the 2030 horizon to start the distribution or the sale of that land. So I'm assuming that if they aren't successful in their bidding for the contract for the small amount of power that they were, kind of competing for, they're probably not going to invest the capital to make the facility what it is to meet the future need that they're committing to, I'm assuming. So if, this is just a municipal support and, so if they don't get the application, I can't imagine they're investing the capital and then stuck with, producing or the ability to produce power and then just not, right? Is that correct?
To you, Mayor, that would be correct. I believe they've taken on, so this facility was developed years ago by a previous property owner, and different things transpired. They've brought it back online. I think they're getting a better understanding of how much they can produce and what the feasibility is. So I think they're really understand that they need to lock into these more long-term goals and expand it to make it worthwhile.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. Councilor Edgett.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Kyle. I believe the facility up there now where the methane is created has like a canvas top or something on it. And if they change and put a seal top on it with relief valves and we get a fire in there, we know that relief valves don't always work. Would have one heck of an explosion there. So would they have to go through you to change that top?
Through you, Mayor, to Councilor Edgerton, that'll be part of the building permit process. They'll also, more importantly on that part, we'll need to go through TSSA to make sure all those safety precautions are through there. But when they go through the building permit, definitely the fire chief will be involved to make sure that we get a whole understanding of what we're going to be left with at the end of the day.
Thanks, Kyle. Councilor Burke.
Through the chair to Kyle. So I get all the other points made. What my concern is this biogas? Is it methane or just a fancy biogas name? Or is it transportable? Is it something that can be, if it was generated there and not used because the demand didn't call from IESO, is that something that they can actually transport, or do they have to throttle back the whole process so they don't create more than they got capacity to store?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Byrne, that's a good question. I'm not sure. I've never heard that. Just knowing what I know from the facility from years ago when it was operating, I don't know if it's easily transportable, but I'm not an expert in that. I can get that for you, info for you though.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Philip, wasn't there an allusion to the fact that they actually need to bring in more if if they're successful in securing? I don't think they're able to produce the amount that they need. I think they need to import additional capacity or additional volumes to meet the output that they're hoping for. If, again, it's all if along the way, but I'm pretty sure there was a discussion. So maybe not in the final or refined form that they make it on site or convert it to on site, but I mean, some of the raw materials, to be polite, is probably somewhat transportable as it is for other agricultural purposes, I would assume.
To you, Mary, yeah, the raw materials, I think, is what they're talking about. They're trying to lock into more agreements with local farmers to get more product. They spoke to what their consistency is. There's a 50-50 mix they look for, but their best case scenario is from dairy farms. Manure from dairy farms is what they're looking at. So I think they're saying they need to bring in a lot more than what they're currently getting, yeah.
Thank you for that, Kat. Seeing no other questions, for federal purposes, I believe, or application purposes, I need to read the entirety of the motion for the record. So I'm going to do that now, and then we can go from that. So just bear with me. I'll try to auctioneer it the best I can. That council supports the submission of a proposal for the long-term capacity services project located at 180 Fallis Line for the expansion of the biodigester development, and the council approves Exhibit A municipal resolution in support of the project LT 2C1-4636. Whereas the proponent is proposing to construct and operate a long-term capacity services project located on municipal project lands defined and with the characteristics outlined in the table below under the long-term 2 capacity services window 1. Request for proposals LT2 bracket C-1 RFP end of bracket issued by the Independent Electricity System Operator IESO, and 2, that capitalized terms not defined herein have the meanings described to them in the LT2 bracket C-1 bracket RFP. Number 3, that the proponent has delivered no later than 60 days prior to the proposal submission deadline a pre-engagement confirmation notice to the applicable the applicable local body administrator in the respect of the municipal project lands that includes the details outlined in the table below, except for the unique project ID, which should only be required as part of the pre-engagement confirmation notice if available. Unique project ID of the long-term capacity services project LT2C1-4636. Legal name of the proponent, Synergy Power Systems, Inc. Name of the long-term capacity services project, Synergy Organics. Technology of the long-term capacity systems project, reciprocating engine. Maximum potential contract capacity of the long-term capacity services project, 1 MW. Property identification number, PIN 28007-0051. 4, pursuant to the LT2C-1 RFP, if the long-term capacity services project is proposed to be located in the whole or in part of a municipal project lands, the proposal must include municipal support confirmation, which may be in the form of a municipal resolution in support of a proposal submission. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Monaghan, Cavan Monaghan, supports the submission of a proposal for the long-term capacity services project located in the municipal project lands, and that the resolution's sole purpose is to satisfy the mandatory requirements of section 4.2C3 of the LT2 bracket C-1 bracket RFP, and may not be used for the purpose of any other form of approval in relation to the proposed or long-term capacity services project for any other purpose, and that the proponent has undertaken and or has committed to undertake Indigenous and community engagement activities in respect to the long-term capacity services project to the satisfaction of the municipality, and the municipal project lands does include lands designated as prime agricultural areas in the Township of Cavan Monaghan's official plan, and whereas municipal project lands does include lands designated as prime agricultural areas in the Township of Cavan Monaghan's official plan, as the date of this resolution. A, the municipal project lands are not designated as specialty crop areas. B, the long-term capacity services project is not a non-rooftop solar project. C, the proponent has satisfied the AIA component 1 requirement to the satisfaction of the local municipality. And if the proponent is selected as a selected proponent under the LT2C-1 RFP, the council of the township of Cavan will engage in good faith with the selected proponent to enable the selected proponent to complete the AIA components 2 and 3 requirement. That is your recommendations. Questions with regards to recommendations, Councilor Byrne?
Through the chair to the chair. The definition of long-term, is it the 20-year contract that this company was, is that the definition of it? Or is this just long-term?
Any other questions? If not, we will look hopefully for a supporter of the 2 recommendations in their totality. Moved by Deputy Mayor Huntley, seconded by Councilor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Thank you, everyone. Next, 12.8, report CAO strategic plan progress. Ms. Hurley. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and the public. The report before you is that council receives the strategic plan progress report for information. As we're aware, we adopted a new strategic plan for the Township of Cavan-Monaghan in 2025. And this is a metrics we've developed. So there's a metrics that we have so that we can keep track of our projects. We can keep track of where we are on those projects, time period, and give you an update on a regular basis of where we are on those projects. So this is the first time we've tried to do that, but it's very important that strategic plans are tracked and commented on and updated. So this is before you. I know it's at the end of our council meeting, but we were very excited to be able to show this to you today, to show you the items that, the total that we've started, the ones that we're on track with, the ones that we have not started at this time, but we're very pleased to show you the metrics today, and you can see the items that we've been working extremely hard on. So, and we hope to report to you on this on a regular basis so that you'll be able to see where we are and the status on where we're carrying out these projects.
Thanks, Ms. Hurley. A question with regards to the report itself and just like structurally and things like that. Given it's like first year, there's a lot of stuff that's just sort of getting started, right? So I'm wondering is when certain elements can maybe come to completion, or there's a product that's at least, you know, maybe in draft form or whatnot, is the intention to include sort of whether it's links or documents, like how are the outputs going to potentially be captured? Are we going to maybe put something on the website to sort of have this sort of access to this information, or how are we going to, you know, sort of build out the updates from here? Because a lot of things have just begun, but, you know, we want to be making process and tracking the things that we checked off as we go. So I'm just kind of wondering, you know, it's a great start and we see everything. It's hard enough to capture everything on a table that we can get, you know, on the screen in a legible way. But so that's check 1, 2 as well. But I'm just more about the granularity of it and maybe the byproducts of it, how we're going to capture those and with regards to updates.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. I think that's a really important comment, and I think we are going to have to be able to report back on what we've completed to date. As you mentioned, we've just started everything, and some of them are further ahead than other items. But I think it's important that we provide you an update on a regular basis of where that is. So what that looks like on the next step, I'm not sure, depending upon what the project is and what your items are. Some of them will be developed or will be completed much sooner than 2030, of course. Some will be completed by next year. Some will be ongoing as we develop and grow. So this is the first stab of it. So if there's comments on how we can add to it, we might, or it might be a separate report that I come forward when we do the projects and status update. That might be a timeline that we then say this project's been completed as per a strategic plan and dated so that we keep note of it so we know where it is. It's also important that all of our reports moving forward, if you've seen, we reference the strategic plan to the reports as well. So it shows what section of the pillars that we've identified as well. So we'll continue to roll that out. But yes, we will have to report. It's the question on how best to do it.
No, I hadn't thought of that, but I do think maybe an interim, maybe a quarterly sort of amendment or a biannual amendment to, or like a subsection of the CAA report and capital status makes a lot of sense to me. Keep your main sort of tracker as what it is, but then if we can get those updates, because we have similar updates like that intermittently. One of the harder words yet today, despite all of them. Anyway, so I appreciate that. I think that makes some sense. Councilor Byrne.
Through the chair, for community engagement on behalf of Al, because he can ask me at some point in time, have you got any structure in mind of how you're going to, like, this is fine that it's all online, that's okay. But there's lots of people in the township that aren't on that availability. It's fine to put it in the newspaper, but the newspaper doesn't reach North Monaghan, which is part of our township. There's lots of, and I agree, we've done better with the signage and everything else. I'm just wondering if you had any idea in your mind how you're going to structure the community engagement part.
Thank you. Through council, or through the mayor to council, there is a community engagement section in here, and we've identified, thank you, Mark. We've identified areas where we have increased and new projects that we've brought forward to try to engage the community more than we've done in the past. So we will touch on that. We'll continue to expand on that. We'll continue to come up with further ideas. But right now, those are the items that we've done this fall or this year to engage better, whether it's, you know, having the portable signs, whether it's having information at the CMCC, whether it's having the meet and greet with staff and council and the public. Those are all things that we've done over and above the general putting out social media. So we will continue to try new ways to engage. As you know, it's quite difficult to engage. People also have to make an effort to engage, but we will take a look at all those channels and continue to explore options whenever we can.
Yeah, obviously, depending on the strat plan, certain things have a finite date, whether it's getting a certain plan together, and other things are just a tracking of a work in progress and continuing, you know, pursuing the objectives. There's not a final deadline. I have the deputy mayor first, and then I'll go to Councilor Nacho.
Through you, Chair, I think this report's fantastic to come back to us and kind of show us where we're sitting with everything. My only question was, pretty much everything has got an end date of 2030, which to me means that most things are just going to sit on track until 2029 when things are starting to get hot. Like, is there things that are going to be wrapped up before 2030 that we can identify in this thing so that, you know, it just, you know, it's going to be green for the next 5 years unless something goes really off the rails.
Ms. Early?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Deputy Mayor. So that's what we're talking about, is reporting on those items when they're completed. It's a 5-year strategic plan. So we put the date of the 5 years, but we also know a lot of these projects will be completed way before 5 years. So how we report back to council will be just as important as to let you know what the status is. Some will take longer than others, and some will be done much quicker. And some we may even expand further, and that will come forward for you as well. So the answer is yes, we need to report on those when they're completed, but no, we're not waiting till the 5 years, depending upon what the project are. It's each one of them is very specific, and each one of them will have a different timeline for an end date.
Some of them won't have an end date, like, as we just discussed, right? Regardless of 2030, it's not like it's the buck stops or the world ends. So I'm going to follow up on this, and then I'll go to Councilor Nacho.
So, yeah, so I guess my follow-up would be then, there's almost another column required then that would just be, you know, target date, you know, for completion of some of these things. Right, because. Thank you.
Councilor Nacho?
Thank you through your chair. Yes, just an excellent report. This is a really good kind of addition to a working document to help facilitate the council. So thank you for that and all the hard work everyone else put in. I think just kind of as a follow-up to Councillor Burns' last thing about community engagement, and you didn't touch on, but I think having the full-time position for the communications position that's proposed, like that we have proposed, right? I think as well will be a valuable asset to help staff engage with the community other than as Councillor Byrne was saying, the newspaper and online. So.
Ms. Hurley?
through you, Mr. Chair, to council. That's a staffing requirement that would be discussed during a budget process. So that's not something that I can add through because I would have to take a direction of council on that. Okay.
Through the chair to the upcoming Santa Claus parade coming up in downtown Millbrook. I just wanted to point out or ask if there's any plans to make sure the streets are cleared of all vehicle parking before the parade, or how you're going to handle that, or if it's already been addressed maybe.
Yep, it's already been addressed. We talked with staff about it this morning, but annually we always try to have the street clear. It's just whether people decide to participate and engage with us and accordingly or not. But we did talk to staff about seeing what the process is and if it can be improved. It just means fortunately a lot more staff time to get down there and try to do it as early as possible. And hopefully we don't have the benefit of the delay like we have in previous years. So fingers crossed on that, but it is under direction and there is a process by which we're trying to accommodate it best we can. Follow up?
Through the chair, no, not really. But Bill 68, we talked about earlier today, bringing that back from Kawartha Lakes Conservation Authority. The concern that it's going to go awry, something like the recycling program.
Yep, there's a lot going on and it is a very interesting time. Next might be water as it looks at things. Deputy Mayor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, just that, Kevin Monaghan and Millbrook is pretty blessed that Santa's gonna actually make a second appearance on December 6th with the BIA Christmas in the Village, which is taking place this Saturday. Or breakfast with Santa, and a few other events scattered around the village for the day. So Santa Take Two.
Yep, we've got a lot of events coming up in the municipality, so it's an exciting time of year for all things holiday related. With regards to my updates, a couple, yep, we had the library board meeting that we received the minutes for earlier. We're still working on a few final revisions for the budget process, just more exploration about utilization of development charges and how to optimize that to offset sort of the capital ask. In addition as well, I wasn't able to attend one of these police board meetings. It was called a morning of, and happened to be in a county council meeting at the time, so obviously wasn't able to attend during that, but that's a bit non-traditional. But I don't have a report, but I understand they have moved forward at the city with approving their budget. Doesn't really affect us yet because we are in a contract, but I would expect it would affect the future renewal of that contract based on the capital requirements that are being asked in that budget. Yeah, with that, I think that's it. I'm going to move in a second to receive those verbal comments for update. Moved by Councillor Natchoff, seconded by Councillor Edgerton. All in favor? That is approved. There is no general business. There is one item for correspondence for information that I asked staff to add to the agenda. It's just with, I know Councillor Natchoff and I were attending the last public meeting at the school board with regards to the new school and attendees and grade structures. So there is currently, I believe it's until December 21st. I believe that's the deadline. It could be the 20th. Don't hold me to it. But there is currently an open portal on the KPR different website to weigh in or provide feedback on the concepts and the projections with regards to the boundaries for the new schools. And there's going to be sequential. I believe there's another meeting for in-person feedback scheduled for late February. I think they've been trying to segment different topics of conversation into each one. So right now the portal that's open is specifically for these different concepts and the study area maps. So I encourage anyone and all parents that if they weren't present for the in-person meeting, that they should probably look into this because it has obviously big implications for the community, especially from the students moving forward. And we want to make sure that we get as much feedback as we can to make sure that it meets the needs of the growing community. So Councillor Natchoff and I both spoke at it, so we made our opinions and feedback that we've been getting known. So, but again, we're just residents just like everybody else. So if I can get a mover to receive that for information. Moved by Councillor Natchoff, seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. There is no correspondence for action. Bylaws. The council approve the revised Schedule A to bylaw number 2025-53 and bylaw number 2025-53 being a bylaw to impose and consolidate user fees and charges, and bylaw number 2025-54 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2023-73 to include the change order to the depot operations agreement between the township, the corporation of the township of Capmonigan and Circular Materials Ontario to extend the haulage and disposal services of blue box material received to the transportation, and bylaw number 2025-55 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-58 as amended, otherwise known as the Township of Capmonigan zoning bylaw for ZBA 07-25, 610 Sire Line, 2025 be read a first and second and third time and passed this first day of December, signed by the mayor and the clerk, and the corporate seal attached thereto. Moved by Councillor Byrne, seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. There is no unfinished business, no notices of motion. Confirming bylaw, the council amend bylaw number 2025-55 to be a bylaw number the council amend bylaw number 2025-55 to be bylaw number 2025-56, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting held December 1st, 2025 be read a first, second, third time and passed this first day of December, signed by the mayor and the clerk, and the corporate seal attached thereto. Moved by Councillor Byrne, seconded by Councillor Natchoff. All in favor? That is approved. Lastly, motion to adjourn today's meeting. Moved by Councillor Edgerton, seconded by Deputy Mayor Huntley. All in favor? That is approved. Upcoming events, as we alluded to, our special budget meeting is coming up on Thursday, December 11th at 9 a.m. That's just the initial presentation. The public's welcome to join, but we are scheduling a future, the special budget meeting for in-person staff for in-person participation will be Thursday, January 15th at 5 p.m. at the township office. Before then, obviously, we have the Santa Claus Parade on December 13th, 2025, beginning at 1 p.m. And we also have Christmas in the Village that's already been alluded to by the deputy mayor. The next subsequent regular council meeting is Monday, December 15th at 1 p.m. in the chamber. The Capmonigan Public Library Board meeting is Tuesday, December 16th at 7 p.m. And as I mentioned, previous to the public meeting, the special budget meeting is Thursday, January 15th at 1 p.m. in the chamber as well. And that's for members of council to see the second draft. Thank you everyone for attending and staying with us. And thank you everyone who was attending for staying with us as well. Have a great evening, everybody.